Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, faculty members, and my dear participants. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the third and final day of this National Multidisciplinary Hybrid Seminar on Future of Learning, AI Integration and Human Expertise in Education. Over the past 2 days, we have had the privilege of engaging in insightful discussions, thought-provoking sessions, and meaningful exchanges that have deepened our understanding of the transformative role of AI in education. Today, as we conclude this seminar, we look forward to another day of learning, collaboration, and innovation. The sessions lined up for today promise to further enrich our perspectives and inspire us to take actionable steps toward shaping the future of education. Let us make the most of this final day by actively participating, sharing ideas, and building connections that will extend beyond this event. Together, let's continue to explore, innovate, and work towards a future where technology and human expertise coexist harmoniously. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and I wish you a productive and inspiring day ahead. Thank you.
I request our principal to honor chief guest. I request IQAC coordinator to join with them.
We are honored to introduce Dr. Ethai Mani, a distinguished professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering at IIT Madras, as a resource person for the 3-day National Multidisciplinary Hybrid Seminar on Future of Learning, AI Integration and Human Expertise in Education. He is an accomplished researcher with extensive expertise in molecular simulations, self-assembly, and mathematical modeling. He has made significant contributions to the study of Pickering emulsions and polymer nanoparticle rheology, among other areas. His ability to integrate both experimental and computational methods in his research makes his work highly impactful, with implications for a wide range of scientific and industrial challenges. His impressive academic career includes a PhD in chemical engineering from IIT Bombay, 2008, followed by postdoctoral research at Utrecht University and the University of Amsterdam. His career at IIT Madras spans over a decade and, since 2022, as professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering. His research accomplishments have earned him several prestigious fellowships and awards, including the Institute Research and Development Award in 2022, the Amar Daicham Award for Excellence in Research and Development from AISH in 2016, and the Young Faculty Recognition Award at IIT Madras in 2014. Notably, he was also awarded the Shah Shulman Award for the Best PhD Thesis in Colloid and Interface Sciences in 2010 and the R.G. Manudhane Best PhD Thesis Award from IIT Bombay in 2009. His international mobility has further expanded his academic reach, with fellowships such as the Fulbright Fellowship at the University of Michigan, 2019 to 2020, and DAAD visiting fellowships at Tuberlin and University of Dusseldorf in 2014 and 2015, respectively. He collaborates with leading scholars and institutions globally. His current collaborators include Dr. Ronald G. Larson from the University of Michigan, Dr. Sanat K. Kumar from Columbia University, Dr. Sulit Bandyopadhyay from Norwegian University of Science and Technology, Dr. Hajime Tanka from the University of Tokyo, and Dr. Saji George from McGill University. These collaborations have enabled Dr. Mani to remain at the forefront of research in soft matter, colloid science, and nanotechnology. Through his research and mentorship, Dr. Mani continues to influence the academic landscape, pushing the boundaries of knowledge in chemical engineering and related fields. His work provides essential insights into how AI and computational methods can be applied to solve complex engineering problems, making him an ideal speaker for this seminar. We are privileged to have Dr. Ethai Mani as a resource person for this seminar. His deep expertise, research acumen, and commitment to advancing education through AI and technology will undoubtedly offer participants valuable insights into the future of learning in engineering and beyond. Let us extend a warm welcome to Dr. Ethai Mani and look forward to an enriching and engaging session under his expert.
இருக்கு Zoom இருக்கு. என்னோட பேக் இருக்கு, அது இது வேணும், இந்த கனெக்டர். அப்படியா? இல்லை, இதுக்கு சொல்கிறேன், என்னோட ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் ஷேர் பண்ணுறேன். வைஃபை இருக்குங்க. இதுவா? ஸ்மால் எஸ் என்எம்சி. அதான் நான் தப்பு இருக்கு. Pronunciation okay. Yeah, okay. ஆன்லைன் ஆன்லைன் தெரியாது. Eight to six. 805375.
Recording in progress.
இதுல மியூட்ல போட்டு இப்போ சப்போஸ் நான் ஆடியோ ப்ளே பண்ண ஆடியோ ஷேர் பண்ணணும் அது எப்படி? Okay. So now I should just share the. இது மினிமைஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம்ல? This is my share. That's fine. This is fine. I think I'll manage. In the lights மட்டும் off. Start. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Very good. Yeah. So I'm very pleased to be here. I've come here. I think a couple of years ago, 2008. Okay. Yeah. So I've come here before the second time. So what I want to do in this presentation is to give an overview of how artificial intelligence can be useful, more from a teacher's point of view. Okay. I do not do research in AI. Okay. Unlike the AI speech said that, so you can clearly see that AI can make a mistake. So I do not work on AI to generate algorithms or models, but I do use, I'm a user. Okay. I try to see how I can adapt or use AI for my classes. Okay. I do teach at IIT Madras and I see where are the options I can use AI tools to make my life little easier. Okay. But still I go to my class, I use my board, I have my notes, and I do the way that traditional teaching happens. Okay. And that's what I think is very, very effective. Okay. On the other hand, when we think about managing a class or giving assignments, and there are so many other activities we do in the periphery of teaching, and I see that there are some options where AI can be used for the betterment of me as well as for the students. Okay. So this talk is more about that, try to see that how we can use AI from a teacher's point of view. But I do know that students are already kind of, adapting various AI tools for their learning experience. So with that, I want to kind of first start with, it's not moving. Okay, maybe I'll do manually. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is not very visible. Okay. So, to start with, what is AI? And there is a set of definitions. People use this definitions quite in a different sense. But from an operational point of view, it is okay to, kind of understand artificial intelligence as it's a computing systems. Okay, it's a computing machines ultimately. And these computation systems are able to engage in human-like process. So what do humans do? What is something that is very unique to us is that we can learn, we can adapt, we can also synthesize information, and then we can also correct ourselves. If I'm wrong, I'm able to correct my behavior next time when I do the same activity. Okay, so now we are saying that we can think about having a computing system that does human-like activities and processing of data. Okay, so this is the definition that I have taken from this particular paper, and this is not a very unique definition. Okay, there are much more detailed or more precise definitions also. But I think for this, as far as this talk is concerned, I think we will use AI in the context of having a computing system or computer system that is able to do human-like processes like learning, adapting, synthesizing data in a more complex situation, not necessarily a very simple situation, but more in a complex situations. Now, when you think about AI, there is a whole lot of other terminologies we hear. Okay, so artificial intelligence is a broader term, which includes many other subfields. Okay, for example, there is a field of computer vision, and the role of computer vision is to have a human-like perception about how we process images, how do we detect certain patterns in images. For example, when we go to hospital and do some scanning, MRI scanning and PET scanning and so, you see that the doctor actually looks up this image and then try to interpret what is normal or abnormal. Okay, so now we are using a human eye to judge what are the problems with these patients' organs. Okay, so now think about having an AI system that if you feed in an image that can predict what is happening to this. Okay, so computer vision is one that makes a lot of stride in health applications. Then there is robotics. Robotics, as we all understand, is again a kind of a machine that can do activities, okay, mechanical activities. And AI actually playing a huge role in robotics and its development also. Natural language processing is I think probably the best known AI systems, because we have a lot of chatbots, a lot of social media handles that is able to take inputs from you as a user and then give an answer based on certain algorithm behind it. Automated planning and scheduling is something that is very important for industry. When you have a huge set of machines working parallelly and you want to know when should I stop the machinery and do inspection and do some sort of a maintenance scheduling, that is very much used. And then you can think about, there are more scientific oriented fields like optimizations, where on machine learning, where many of the engineering problem that we do in a conventional setting, we can actually use a machine to do it, okay, to do some sort of calculation. Let's say you want to design a pipe and want to understand how pressure drop happens in a pipe. And you can use a machine learning tool to do this. So you can see that this AI has an ecosystem. Artificial intelligence is an ecosystem under which there are many components. Okay, and by this nature, you also see why AI is a very interdisciplinary field. Okay, people working in languages are using it, and this conference is all about AI education in language teaching, such as English and so on. And also equally important in terms of an engineering application, health, and so on. So okay, so so that basically tell us that this is a very fast-moving field with a lot of capabilities. Okay, so as a young minds, I think you should all be receptive to what are the developments that's happening in this field and see how you can make use of this technology. Now, what you would have heard in the last few days is that this DeepSeek is one of the big AI development that happened in China, and Open AI and GPT-3, GPT-4. These are some of the things I think. How many of you used ChatGPT? By raise your hands. ChatGPT. How many of you have used? Good, good. I don't see any hands raised by boys. Boys, are you lacking technological skills? Huh? Where do you, so those who raise their hands, can you tell me, and in what context did you use ChatGPT? I will not tell your professors. Yeah. Where did you use ChatGPT? What context? Someone from the back who raised their hands, can you tell me? Anyone? Any brave soul? It's okay. Need not be a need not be for an academic purpose. But what did you use it for? Use it for? How was it useful? Sorry. Can you please raise and I hear a voice, but I don't know who that voice is.
Hello. Good
Okay.
morning, sir.
Yeah, someone is speaking from the.
To fix the grammatical
Yeah,
errors
please go
or
ahead.
to do some text while correcting some text or preparing a notes or some other things which we may not get exact information from the internet. Maybe for that we'll connect at least some points by using this ChatGPT.
Okay. Okay, very good.
That's how
Yeah,
I use.
very good. Yeah, yeah, good. So, so this LLM, the so-called LLM or the large language models, is the technology behind all this ChatGPT and DeepSeek kind of models. And the way these things work, if you see that it is based on a large collection of data. And where do we get the data from? The data we get from books, websites, and various other sources that we can search through. Okay, so that kind of data is actually collected. And this data is actually put into some sort of a mathematical model. And just like how we process information, we have experience, right? We have an impression of experiences based on our education, based on our social life. And we actually accumulate a lot of memory and lot of data. And based on that, we synthesize and make a judgment. Okay, and these LLMs, the large language models, also do something very similar, that it has so much amount of data. And this data is actually used to train a model like a memory, like a brain, to make an impression of patterns of the networking of information, various information, all that is actually used. And then there is some sort of a fine tuning to validate, whether the prediction is correct or not. That's validated, and then it is self-correcting. Okay. Now this entire process is actually very computationally very, very expensive. Okay, and that's what makes this technology very expensive. And I have given a number here. The Open AI based GPT-4, it used about $100 million to train this model. Okay, and that's a huge amount of money. On the other hand, if you look at this DeepSeek that was released like a couple of weeks ago, they say that they could do the same training with $6 million money. So this cost of training a model is coming down. Yet, despite that, you can see how much amount of money you need to invest in training the model. What you have used already is a model that is already trained. You're not training it. It's already trained. Once a model is trained, you can put into an application. But somebody has to train it. Somebody has to pay for it. Somebody has to spend for this. So that is the kind of a very brief introduction to what these models are about and how they are generated. And then some of you said ChatGPT, but the way you do that is that you can give an input of a text and you can ask a query, and it gives a very a long list of response. And you can also give feedback. You can actually change your input, prompt input, and then get the outputs. And if you look at where this LLM, the large language model, is being used, it can do coding. Okay, so many of you, if you want to write a coding, you can just ask one of the LLMs to write a computer code for you. in many of the engineering applications, seeing a lot of applications. Education is one big field where assessment, writing, summarizing, and various other educational activities being used. Healthcare, as I said before already, image processing, diagnosis, and so on so are being also used. Law is another big field where, if you have talked to any lawyer, you will see that they have these big books of previous case studies and case histories, and they have to take citation from each case. Okay, when you file a case, you have to see what are the relevant cases that was treated before. So you need a lot of cross-referencing, and if you want to do it manually, it's a huge task. Okay, so now we have AI tool for lawyers, and the lawyers can simply say, tell me about this particular act and various rulings, Supreme Court, High Courts, all that will actually in your fingertips. So application of AI tools in law, especially for a search and summarizing, is hugely impactful. Finance, again, finance planning is one thing, but also stock market and investing in stock market, mutual funds is also another big field where heavy use of AI being used. If you have been investing, you will know that mutual fund or any of the stock exchange, you get a lot of this suggestions. This stock is going to be up, this stock going to be low, so you buy it or you sell it. All that kind of a recommendation comes from this AI kind of a tool. Genomics and climate science are all something related to scientific advancement, and where AI is actually ruling in coming days. So the point I'm trying to make here is that it's not that AI can be used anywhere, everywhere, but I think it is useful wherever you have a large collection of data, large collection of variable affecting your decision making. In those cases, it seems AI seems to be a very important technological advancement one can make. Now, coming to this topic, when I looked at it, it seems that AI is very well penetrated in school education, especially when you look at up to class 12 and competitive exams and regular schooling. AI has made a huge progress across the world, not only in India, across the world. Whereas, on the other hand, if you look at to what extent this is being used in higher education, so that is the context. And that seems to be one place where there's a lot of development happening, and yet it does not reach a sort of saturation. When I say higher education, what I mean is after 12th, when you sign up for a degree in a university or college, that's what we call as a higher education. Till 12th, it is school education. After that, whatever you do, we call it as a higher education. This is not necessarily a postgraduate study. Even an undergraduate study is called higher education. So we are asking how AI can be useful in higher education. When you look at this particular aspect, then we have to look at who is going to use. On one hand, you have students doing higher education, and they can see how AI can be used for their own learning experience. Then the other hand, you have teachers in the higher education segment, and they are trying to see how AI can be leveraged so that their teaching can be more effective. They can achieve more training on teaching objectives, learning objectives met in a short possible times. So if you look at that, the large language models, the ChatGPT kind of chatbots are basically used for searching for information. Sometimes you give a paper and then it gives you a summary of that, a book or an article. And translation is another important things. So I was talking to the principal and I was asking what is a big challenge for an institute like this. And he mentioned about the issue of students coming from a Tamil medium-based school and then fitting into an English medium-based college. So there is a lot of change in the first year. And then he told me that the students are facing a lot of issues in having this English medium, Tamil medium to English medium transitions. So that's where probably AI can be a very good tool. As a student, you can probably, when you're asked to read a passage in English and you don't know what it is, or maybe the language is a little hard, that's where probably AI can be used to break the barrier of the language. Okay, so that is a big possibility. Conversation, paraphrasing, and text editing are further, possibilities. Text editing, I think, if you have ever written an essay in your, in Microsoft, it already tells you that, you can rephrase a word, maybe you can use a better word. So a lot of opportunities there to do a proper text editing. Paraphrasing basically means that you write something on your own, And then if you, reword something, and if you rearrange the words, you can actually communicate a little better. So that is another possibility. And from the teacher's point of view, it can actually help in giving what is called this personalized curriculum development. Okay, so if a teacher knows that there is one student, maybe she or he came from a rural background, and he or she needs a better, involvement or a different kind of material to start with, and AI can actually customize the material itself. Okay, so it's called curriculum development for a personalized student. And also in exam preparation and self-assessment. Okay, when a teacher actually gives a question paper, usually he creates the question and he develops it. There are a lot of tools where, based on what is being taught, the AI tool can actually give you a set of questions, and that can be used for an effective teaching experience. And going forward, what seems to be the future direction for AI for education, higher education in particular, seems to be what's called this multimedia processing. So you can ask, give a query and you can ask some information that works fine. But then on the other hand, you want to make a simulation of a particular an engineering problem, or you want to plot some complicated functions, or you want to make a multimedia content. That seems to be one area that is actually coming up. Okay, so that's something that we have to look forward to it. And then in another development that's happening parallelly is this the virtual reality. Okay, so if you have ever played a game, video games, there is this AR, artificial reality and virtual reality devices that makes you feel like you're actually in the game as you play. And that kind of development can also probably integrate with the AI, so that when we think about, something like, let's say you're studying chemistry and you're looking at a particular chemical reaction going on, you may be able to see how molecules actually combine and form a bond and make a new molecule in as if you see in a 3D movie. That kind of a capability is possible, and that might something come up very soon. Now, if you see here, I looked at about 150 papers or so in the last 4 or 5 years, and try to see where people have used AI in higher education across the globe. And what comes out to be is the 5 different categories. So people have used, teachers in particular, they have used for assessment and evaluation of the students. And so you see all these images is something that I created from DALL-E. So DALL-E is a text to image based AI machine. And then you can give a prompt. You can say, I just wrote that, assessment and evaluation, create an image, and it's created this kind of image. Imagine how much time it would take for me to draw these images if I were to. Okay, so you can see that, when you want to make an impactful presentation like this, you could just make use of this AI tool to generate images that kind of depicts the text far more effectively. So when we say assessment and evaluation or predicting, so when we say predicting, we mean we look at the performance of a student over a period of 2-3 semesters, and then we see what likelihood that the student will actually graduate, or what assistance we need to give. Okay, so we can think about a predictive tool to assess the student's performance. And there is also this AI assistant. So AI assistant is nothing but something that can tell you, look, you have an assignment coming up, you should probably submit it soon. So it's more like in a reminding system. Or when you have an exam, and then you can tell you that an exam is coming up, and what are the things you should do, how you should prioritize your schedule, and so on. So intelligence tutoring system is a very big advancement in school education. Students appearing for JEE, NEET, these kind of competitive exams need a personalized tutor. So whenever they want some questions to be answered, an AI can actually have a tutoring system that can tell you where exactly something is going wrong and what should be done about it. This is very useful in terms of handling physics and mathematics kind of a subject. And managing student learning basically means it's a large scale school level or a college level management system, trying to see what on a large scale, when you look at all my students in this college, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, and how do we want to improve their performance in a one particular direction or so. That's something one can do. So in this slide, it kind of tells you that people in which discipline or in which area are using AI the most. It appears that people who are in education, teaching and education, they seems to be using AI to a large extent. And second is the computer science. People working in computer science seems to be using a lot of algorithms and models. And engineering next, and then various other fields like science and technology, informations, business, finance, and languages, music, and so on. So when I talk about this assessment or evaluation, this tells you how do we make use of this assessment and evaluation. One thing is that as a student, for example, let's say you want to study one particular chapter, in a particular subject, and then you can read it based on the material that's given to you. It can be a book or it can be a class note, and then you can actually feed in this class notes, and you can actually ask AI to generate some questions. And this question, you can see whether you're able to answer it or not. Why we need to do this? We need to do this because by asking a question and then trying to understand, we see whether we have understood the topic or not. Okay, so this is something a student can do on their own. You don't need a teacher to do this. Generating tests. Generating test is more useful for a teacher that, maybe a quiz or a mid-semester evaluation is coming up. And of course, teacher can set up their own questions, but then one can also use generating a set of question papers. And then it is not just generate and give it to students. The teacher will have to sit and then check for the correctness of this papers. Feedback. Feedback is another big, important mechanism where the students, when they learn some subjects and then they want to make a feedback, that's what we do in a regular setting. Okay, teacher says something, somebody says this talk is not very good. That's a feedback. Okay, so now imagine that when you learn some subject and AI tells you that, your performance is not very good in this particular test, so maybe you want to do something else about it. And then review online activities, evaluate education research. So there's so many options I can go on to say further and further. Maybe in view of time, I will not go through all these examples. Now, I was talking about predicting. So what it means predicting is that academic performance, project topic, dropouts. Dropouts is a very big concern for higher education. We don't know why students just drop out after signing from a college. Okay, we say that there's a cultural issue, there's other issue, but AI can actually look at a very large scale data and then try to predict what is the principal reason why people actually drop out from a college, what are the risks, and what is the level of satisfaction of students from a college point of view, career decisions, and then looking at the development, and so on. So this is what I was talking about, AI assistant. So what you see in here is basically an animation. An AI tool can actually create a virtual assistant, AI assistant for you, who will tell time to time that an exam is coming up, you probably better study about it. Or it says that, you have a particular, let's say you're studying in maybe in a noisy place. Let's say, you're looking in a cafeteria and you're preparing for an exam. And this AI can tell you that this looks like a very noisy place. Maybe you should change your environment, maybe go to a library and study. It's like a parent sitting next to you and telling you. Okay, and one can actually develop such a model. And there is a paper that I'm citing here. They actually made a small, this is called AI assistant platform. It can tell you time to time based on what you're doing and where you're doing. Okay, without really, affecting your personal space, but it's mostly from an academic point of view. So this is one particular possibility. This is about managing student activity. So this is not for a student or a teacher. This is more for a school or a college management team that they can look at a large scale, framework of academic details, managing students' needs, student resources, and then developing a lot of content for achieving these things. So here I have given some examples of this intelligent tutoring system. There is one particular application called Stat No Lab. So Stat No Lab is basically a statistics tutoring AI system. So students who are taking statistics as a subject, if they wanted how to solve a problem or any assistance they need, like ChatGPT, this also will tell you how to solve a problem. And when you try to solve your problem by yourself, if you make a mistake, it will tell you where the mistake is and what you should do about it. There is another application called Lab Tutor. This is a tutor that helps you in designing your experiments. If you're a chemist, chemistry students, you will do some experiments in the lab, and you do sort of titration or some small reaction kinetics and so on. So this Lab Tutor will tell you, how to design your experiment, what are the methods you need to follow, how to analyze your data, just like what your teacher will tell you. And why we need this lab tutor? Why not a teacher? Think about a class of 50 students, and then there's one teacher trying to tell each student. That is not going to be possible. But then if you have this kind of a lab tutor, it can actually, the student can take their own time to understand at their own rate of learning. So this is a big event that's coming up. Right now, this is happening mostly in school education, but I think we'll see a lot of development in the higher education also. So basically, the intelligent tutor system is supposed to work with the instructor, and then it can provide immediate instruction, guidance, feedback, and then following questions without delay or becoming tired. So basically what we are saying is, whatever the teacher can do, the AI can do with a little bit more focus on the student's learning point of view. So here I wanted to show some examples of what I do in my classes. This is something that both students and teacher can do. There is an app called Notebook LM. It's a Google application. It's for free. Okay. So what you can do here is, let's say a teacher, let's say he has or she has a class notes, or you're a student and then you have made your own notes, and you can take the PDF of this notes and then you can feed into this application, and then it will create a kind of a conversation, so that this doesn't look like, we are sitting in a lecture and then we are learning. It is more like a conversation two people are having, and then we can get what is being taught in this class. Okay. So I have made one particular video and let me play it for you. Can they? Can I play?
We're diving deep into a world that's talk to
Kind of a discussion.
strain. watching this. Actually, basically the faster it starts to fluctuate.
Ah, I see, I see. So by looking at those fluctuations, we could basically work backwards, like reverse engineer it.
Okay. So maybe, so what I just showed is that one small audio clip that I created from, let me just show you this. So this is the kind of a PDF I had. Okay, this is my class notes. I take this PDF and then I go to this Google Notebook LM, and I just feed it this one, and then it gave me this audio file. So this audio file is very interesting because students actually like to just listen in what has been just taught. It is more like a summarizing what was being actually taught. Okay, so here as a teacher I did it, but my student actually has access to this PDF and he could have done that also. Okay, so now there is an initiative that you can do as a student when some material was taught to you in a class, and then if you have the class notes, and then just use this Google Notebook LM, and then you can create this kind of audio conversation. And then as you walk or as you jog, as you travel, you can just plug it in and then just listen in what just happened in the class. You know, so that's very powerful in the sense. Then there is another thing I wanted to show you. So in this application, what I did was, again, a very similar kind of application. This is called an oration creator. It actually creates a oral presentation of your class notes. So here, let's listen to this.
Today, we delve into the facet of extension, liquid in equilibrium with its vapor.
Okay, because of echo, I'll not play the audio. What it is doing here is that I can upload this PDF file here. Then it can create a kind of an avatar version of a teacher, and then it discusses. It does not just read the content. Okay, it is not just reading the content what I uploaded. It reads the content and then try to make connection with all the other things in the subject, and then gives a prompt oration. Okay, so this is very useful because before I go to class, I actually do this and I listen in and I see how I can make this lecture a little bit more effective by looking at some other options in which I can say these things. Okay, so this is very useful as a teacher. Before I go to class, I do this exercise. Okay, it is not replacing me, as you can see. It is only assisting me to communicate my lectures in a little better way than it is. Okay, so this is an extremely important tool or interesting tool for teachers, and students can also create their own stuff like this. And the other one is this image creator. Like I was saying, all the images that I created in this picture was through this DALL-E, and you can see there's some nice cool images you can create. I believe most of you are using Canva and many other image tools. So the potential is tremendous. It's all up to us, like to what extent we want to use. My final point to say here is that, while this looks very interesting and nice about AI in higher education, but there are also issues that we have to discuss, that we have to be concerned about. One of the few things are highlighted here. Copyright and ethical issues is one such things. So when you create a content using an LLM model or chatbot, there is ethical issue about copyright issue about what data is being used to train this model, and when a content is created from a AI tool, who will own the copyright of that? Okay, so that's a big question that's going on, and different countries have different kind of a policy to understand this. There are also legal issues. For example, I was mentioning that AI can be used in image processing in medical field. When we do that, then we may accidentally share the information of the patient. So generally, patient information should not be shared with other people. Okay, so there's an issue, legal consequence of that kind of a sharing, data sharing. So I think DeepMind was this Google AI platform. It acquired a lot of patients' data from a UK hospital, and there was a big issue about how can the patient data be shared with the AI company. So legal issue is one thing, and data security. For Indian context, data security is very, very problematic because you might have seen in daily media that there are a lot of issues like digital arrest and fraud, digital fraud and cyber fraud. This happens because people have access to your PAN card number, maybe your Aadhaar card number, various mobile number, and sometimes citizens actually fall short of this awareness, and they get into this lot of this trouble. So when we use AI too much, accidentally we may share our personal information also. So how do we protect our information and make the AI safe use is also a big concern that we have to be very careful. Accuracy, misinformation, unclear source of data. When we create AI, we need human intervention to assess the correctness of the data. We cannot blindly follow that. When AI was used to introduce me, it made a couple of sentences which is not correct. Okay, so somebody should actually see, look at the text and then see the correctness of it. Okay, so that is also something very important. There is also issue about if students are using too much of AI, will it lead to learning issues, hindering the learning of the students, the creative power. Okay, so to what extent we should use? These are all questions. The Australian government has prohibited use of AI and LLM models for school children. Some countries are banning, some countries are actually facilitating. So again, we are not really sure yet how AI should be used in school education and higher education. So that is also a big concern. Plagiarism, bias, prompt engineering, and then looking at AI in a real world setting. These are all some of the important issues that we should be also talking about. Notwithstanding all these challenges, I hope that we will resolve and address all those challenges. But AI has a lot of prospects. So right now we are looking at mostly text to text and text to image kind of an application. But sooner or later, we also will have a lot of other multimedia content creation, such as a 3D model and a simulation of a video, engineering simulations. And then looking at this radiological, pathological image translation. And then looking at creating an environment that will be controlled by AI. These are some of the research interests that's going on, and we will probably get a lot of improvement in here also. So ultimately, this is my last slide. What is important is, while we can use AI to make our life easy and all that, we should not forget the importance of human in the loop. Okay, so responsible use of AI recommends that we have to empathize humans in the loop. We have to keep the human in the center of the thing, and around it we have to use it. Okay, so student-centric or teacher-centric approach. When we say that, then we take care of how to process the data and how to keep the security in check, and also look at how, as a society, we can leverage the application of AI for the betterment of our life. So that has to be the context. Okay, there's no need to fear that jobs of teacher will be gone. Some students will have no jobs in the future. Those are the unnecessary fear. What we should do is we should wield this power of AI in such a way that it actually improves our lifestyle. Okay, and there's a whole lot of opportunities for us, especially younger generation like you should quickly adapt AI kind of an approach for your betterment, not to cheat, not to short circuit your responsibilities, but to assist yourself to go to the next level of learning experience. Okay, so with that, I thank you all for your attention, and I hope I told you a few things about AI, not from a research point of view, but more from a user point of view. I hope that you will also integrate AI in your learning and teaching experience. Thank you all. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Ethairaza Mani, for your insightful and comprehensive session on AI adoption in higher education. Your expertise has provided us with a clear understanding of the challenges, opportunities, and strategies for integrating AI into higher education systems. Your session highlighted the transformative potential of AI in enhancing teaching, learning, and administrative processes, while also addressing the ethical and practical considerations that come with its adoption. Your practical insights and forward-thinking approach have left us with valuable takeaways to reflect upon and implement. We are truly grateful for your time, knowledge, and the inspiration you have shared with us today. Thank you once again, sir.
Students, do you have any questions?
No? Good. Okay, thank you.
In case for the questions, feel free to ask. நம்மளோட resource persons வந்து நல்லாவே தமிழ்ல communicate பண்ணுவாங்க. Language is not a barrier. Questions இருக்குதா?
It is with great pride and admiration that we introduce Dr. Olivanen, an exceptional leader, academician, and philanthropist, as a distinguished resource person for the 3-day National Multidisciplinary Hybrid Seminar on Future of Learning, AI Integration, and Human Expertise in Education. He is a mechanical engineer with a postgraduate degree in business administration from the prestigious Loyola Institute of Business Administration, Chennai. He was awarded the Best All-Rounder Award for his remarkable achievements both in academics and extracurricular activities. In addition, he holds a PhD from the University of Madras, where he authored a pioneering doctoral thesis on the publishing industry, making it the first of its kind. As the CEO of Emerald Publishers, a 40-year-old established publishing organization, he has demonstrated visionary leadership in the field of publishing. His leadership and organizational skills have extended beyond academia to community service, where he has contributed significantly through his active involvement in Rotary International for over 24 years. As the district gunner for Rotary District 3230, 2010 to 11, he led several transformative community projects. As the founder-president of the Chennai Literary Festival and the Chennai Book Club, he has played a crucial role in fostering literary culture in Chennai and beyond. In addition to his philanthropic work, he is a prolific writer and a passionate speaker. He has authored 10 books and has written over 100 articles on various subjects. His expertise extends into the realm of artificial intelligence and skill development, areas in which he has given talks and conducted workshops, reaching over 50,000 students. His work on AI has garnered significant attention, with his YouTube videos on the subject receiving widespread acclaim. His accomplishments have been recognized with numerous awards, including the Chinna Kutusi Award for Writing Excellence and the Vala Tamil Mamani Award from the International Tamil Language, Cultural, and Educational Society. In 2021, Dr. Olivanen was selected for the Frankfurt Fellowship Program, and he has traveled to over 15 countries, further enriching his global perspective. As a visionary in education and a global leader in publishing, Dr. Olivanen's contributions to the integration of AI in education and his ongoing commitment to mentorship and leadership make him an invaluable resource for this seminar. His vast experience and expertise promise to offer deep insights into the evolving relationship between technology, learning, and human expertise. We are honored to welcome Dr. Olivanen as a resource person, and we look forward to his thought-provoking session that will no doubt inspire all participants.
however best the AI spoke, still it didn't pronounce my name properly. Every time it pronounced it differently. Somebody asked me the question whether AI would replace human beings' job prospects. I couldn't answer, but today morning I found that the AI replaced one of the, normally we find MCs at the colleges, a student would be talking. So now it made jobless to a student. Very interesting morning. I'm very happy. Though I've been asked to speak in English, here and there I will come out in Tamil also. Not that வந்து அந்த இடத்துல இங்கிலீஷ் தெரியாதுன்னு இல்லை. Basically, I'm a Tamilian. I can speak so comfortably in my mother tongue. This happened about 2 months back. One of the very prominent universities in the state, a very important department. I went and met that head of the department for a different purpose. I'm basically a publisher. So connected with book publishing, I met him. He said, only I'm watching your YouTubes on artificial intelligence. What is this AI? Can you explain to me? The HOD asked me in a simple terms. Sir, it's very simple, sir. Nothing to worry, not a very complex problem. You have been used to WhatsApp. Oh, WhatsApp use பண்றேன். Similar to WhatsApp, there is one application called ChatGPT. Please download it. I told him. Now you go and ask any questions, all that it will answer. So I said, எனக்கு ஒரு ஆச்சரியம். ஒரு prestigious university, head of the department, is not aware of ChatGPT. Whereas I have been traveling last 1.5 years, very many colleges, students are fully aware of it. The research student, the one who was caretaker for me in the institution, are you not aware of ChatGPT, ma? I asked. The girl said, no, sir, I don't know. The girl is bluffing. Then after the conversation, everything over, we were walking down the corridor. She was about to go and leave me at my car. நான் மெதுவா கேட்டேன், ஏம்மா போய் பேசுற அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். சார் அப்படின்னா, tell me honestly that you're not used to ChatGPT. Sir, don't tell by HOD, sir, அப்படின்னா. See, this is what has happened. When in the morning அவர் கேட்டார் தெரியுமா, உங்களுக்கு ChatGPT தெரியுமா, எத்தனை பேர் கை தூக்குனா, ஒரு 5-6 பேர் தான் கை தூக்குனீங்க. Is that true? I know many of you are using ChatGPT. I know many of you are using Meta AI. I know you are better than any of us who are presenting to you. Do you agree with me or not? Very good. Bombay, very famous for the slum, Dharavi. Have you all heard of, right? Dharavi slum. This was happened sometime back, over 10-15 years, Munala, when the iPad came, the company or those researchers, one fine morning, they took the iPad, அங்கே போய் அந்த ஸ்லம்ஸில் அதை தொங்க விட்றாங்க. Just hang it there. And they came and watching it from a distance. What is happening? Camera. The boys who were playing there, loitering, suddenly looked at something. They were clueless. First day they're seeing, even I didn't see that in the early, late to 2008 or 9 when it came, I didn't see that. The boys were clueless. Believe me, my dear friends, within 10 minutes, the boys were able to work on that iPad. Enna pandra? He was able to play songs, he was able to play video, he was able to enjoy the programs. Believe me, the students, the boys were not at all educated. School pola, not studying in a prestigious college like you are all sitting, but they were able to crack it. Adala, you can proudly say, yes, I am using artificial intelligence. I am not here to teach you how to use artificial intelligence. I know you are well versed, but I wanted to tell you how we can make use of this. First, understand AI is not a tool. AI is not a tool. AI is an agent. Tool na is a tool. This is a tool. This phone is a tool. The mic is a tool. Everything that so far we have invented by us is a tool. mixie, grinder, refrigerator, everything is doing for a purpose. Even a gun, pistol, even an atom bomb, all this was invented by us. They can't act without I decide. If only I decide, if I want to switch off this mic, I can switch off. Can't hear me. I can take a decision, but artificial intelligence is not a tool. It may look like a tool to you now, but slowly it is evolving. It is absorbing and it is thinking and it is processing and it takes decision. So you need to understand this is a changing world. World is kept changing for the last 250 years. Do you all believe that we have evolved all from a common species? I know you will all agree this Darwinian theory, right? You still somebody believes that one day, one fine day, you and I were created by somebody. You can still hold that theory. I will not dispute with that, and that's not my scope of speech today. But we will all accept, because the world has accepted that we all have evolved from a common species, and we are no different. There were other species, Homo species were there. Homo sapiens is what we are, right? What are the other species, known species, which is today extinct? Homo neanderthal, which almost existed with us for very many years, but then they lost in the process of evolution. Either they probably intermixed with us or destroyed by us. But for almost 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years, the time we all moved out of Africa, today the world over, they believe that theory that every one of us were descendant of people came out of Africa. You look different, I look different, you look beautiful, I don't look beautiful. All this theory, all rubbish. Because we all have evolved from a same species. We are a different race. We white people, we think differently. We are not descendant. All that theories by the white people all were completely buried down when the genetic theory, the genetic research has confirmed that everybody evolved from a species in Africa when they moved out. Okay. Since then, there wasn't much happened to us. If you look at the evolution, if you look at the timeline, there were here and there something has happened. But the remarkable changes started happening 250 years back when the Industrial Revolution started. When the steam engine was invented, that could be we could say the mark or the significant part of the Industrial Revolution. Adukku munala, if you see, the world was stagnant, the economy. When the Industrial Revolution happened, one led to another, There was a chain reaction. But it happened in a phased manner. Konjama it happened. But in the last 20, 30 years, we could see a dramatic change in the developments. Particularly we see in the field of IT. I will ask you one question. I'll tell you both in English and Tamil so that you can answer. There is a very huge pond, right? First day வந்து ஒரே ஒரு பூ பூக்குது, தாமரை செடி. தாமரை செடி, பூ இல்ல, தாமரை செடி, லோட்டஸ். Second day வந்து it becomes 2. Third day வந்து it becomes 4. Fifth day it becomes 8. அப்புறம் 16, 32, 64. இது என்ன ப்ரோக்ரஷன் இது? என்னமா? அதான் என்ன ப்ரோக்ரஷன் அது பேரு? It's called geometric progression பேரு. Geometric progression. Daily 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 2, 4, 4 plus 4, 8. It goes on increasing, right? My question is, end of the month, 31st, 31ஆம் தேதி, the tank is full. அப்படின்னா 29th அன்னைக்கு அந்த டேங்க்ல எவ்வளவு பூக்கள் இருந்திருக்கும், எவ்வளவு நிறைஞ்சிருக்கும்? On 29th of that month, how far the tank could have been filled with the lotus flower tree. Eh? யார் சொன்னது? பாதி இல்ல, வேற யார் சொன்னது? யார் சொன்னது காவாசி? ப்ளீஸ் எந்திரிங்க, உலகம் முழுக்க உங்களை பார்க்கட்டும். இது உங்க பேர் என்ன? கொஞ்சம் சிவசக்தி உட்காருங்க. This question was asked. This is not my idea. One of the very famous, speaker on artificial intelligence asked this question to an audience. Or audience in a Western country, he asked this question. 900 to 1,000 people were there. None of them could answer this question. I'm very happy at that Siva Shakti answered the answer correct. But there are other people also. Kavasiங்கிறது என் காதுல விழுந்தது. The tank was 25% full. இன்னும் சந்தேகமா இருந்தா 29th அன்னைக்கு கால் பகுதி, 30th அன்னைக்கு ஆஃப், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அன்னைக்கு the whole tank is full. That is what exactly has happened. இப்போ நம்ம வந்து we are on the day of 29th morning, quarter of the tank is full. When you come back the next day, half the tank is full. That is what today the scientific explosion is happening in this world in a geometric progression way. So 100 years back to 1924, 1925, probably one invention here, one invention there. But today it is happening at a rapid pace. We are not sure what it is going to be tomorrow. 10 days back it was different. 1 month back is different. That is what we are going to talk, my dear friends. Understand, you are in a better world today. If somebody says, Munnala 100 years back everything was good, don't believe all that. Can anyone say what was life expectancy 100 years back? Average life expectancy of people. Anybody, even on the Zoom, can answer? What was the life expectancy? Unmute and answer. What was that? Life expectancy. எவ்வளவு வருஷம் average ஒரு மனுஷன் வாழ்வான்? இன்னைக்கு சொல்றான்ல average வந்து இன்னைக்கு என்ன average? 70, 60, 80. There are some countries where it is 90 to 100. 100 years back, what it could be? Can anyone guess? Anyone can guess? Is there a number? 110. 110 years வாழ்ந்துருக்காங்க யாராவது? அப்ப இன்னைக்கு இருந்துக்கணுமே அவங்க. என்னமா? 45. வேற any other number? எவ்வளவு? 19. 90. அச்சோ.
70 years.
தாத்தா எல்லாம் இல்லவே இல்லை. எங்க தாத்தா எல்லாம் சீக்கிரமா போயிட்டாங்க.
70 years.
Average, like யாரோ ஒருத்தர் எங்கேயோ இருந்தது இல்ல. Life expectancy is the total community, total society, total country. 50 இல்ல, it was just 22%. 22 was the average age. The global expectancy was around 30. 25 வயசுக்கு மேல ஒருத்தர் வாழவே முடியாது அன்னைக்கு. என்ன, it will be even ordinary influenza. Today, what you take, I'm not well for last 3 days. I've taken Dolo or Crocin and escaped. But if those things killed people. Black Death, smallpox, Periyamai, have you all heard of that? Killed hundreds and thousands of people. There are quite a number of diseases killed people because we had no clue. Only after the invention of electron microscope, we were able to detect viruses, and they found that viruses causes certain diseases. We were able to cure people. Today, the life expectancy all over the world is going up. When the corona struck, we were able to come out with a vaccination in 6 months. So be happy and be proud first that you are living in the best of the best world. Today, you can travel from one place to another. In 20 hours, you can go around the globe. You can talk to anybody. In the 80s and all, we cannot talk to people even in Delhi and Bombay. We have to make trunk calls. Early 80s. We have to call the exchange. They'll connect somebody there. நம்ம phone பண்ணும்போது the person whom we want to talk may not be there. Then later 80s, we got the STDs, where we will, with a code, we will press and call. பேசிட்டே இருப்போம், மீட்டர் ஏறிட்டே இருக்கும். When you start putting coins, tuck, 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 10 rupees, 15 rupees, 20 rupees will vanish before you talk. நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா, நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா, நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா, அதுக்குள்ள 10 ரூபாய் போயிடும். That was the situation we all faced when I was like you. But today, with your WhatsApp call, you can talk to anybody in any part of the world, isn't it? So the advancement in science, advancement in medical, all that we are seeing, what it was the best 5-10 years back, today it is not there. Things are changing. When Motorola mobile phone came, we thought that was the best. Have you heard about Nokia phones? Nokia was considered to be the, most stylish and most popular phone. தெரியுமா Nokia phones கேட்டிருக்கீங்களா? எங்கேயாவது பார்த்திருப்பீங்க. One fine day it vanished because they failed to adapt the technology of a smartphone. So things are changing very fast, and you have to understand that this is what is going to happen. The earlier speaker, my good friend, Dr. Irudaya Raja Mani, he spoke, right? He's a chemical engineer, very accomplished IITian. ஒரு சாதாரண village, yesterday he was telling, in his village, there was no proper bus also, somewhere near Chidambaram. Our வீட்டுக்கும் ஸ்கூலுக்குமே there is no proper bus. He has to walk. His parents were putting pressure. Why are you going to school? ஸ்கூலுக்கு எதுக்கு போற அப்படின்னா, the society pressure படிக்கிறத விட you can do some work that will be helpful. But with determination and perseverance, he completed his studies. அவரோட பயோடேட்டா கேட்டிருப்பீங்கல்ல, எப்படி இருக்கு பாத்தீங்க? He went on to complete. Today is known all over the world. He's a chemical engineer, right? I am going to talk to you about literature. Chemical engineer, if our body is made of chemicals, then it is a literature that gives us life. So that is what I wanted to talk to you. As I said, AI is not a tool, it is an agent. So unless you know how to operate that agent, you can't be very effective. ஏன் அப்படின்னு சொல்றேன்னு கேளுங்களேன். இப்போ நீங்க என்ன சாதாரணமா தான் you are using it, but now there are so many things are happening. Few days back, one of them in Delhi demonstrated something to me. He brought, the same phone da. This is, everything is phone. All life is going to be in phone. He showed me one AI, created agent, AI agent, which is a book reading agent. It's a book agent. You can call it book agent or book reading agent. அதுல எல்லா சப்ஜெக்ட்ஸுமே அது இருக்கு. All the the school syllabuses are there. You go and ask one question. He just picked up at random. It is on biology. I don't know how many of you are familiar with biology. School days, we said goodbye to biology, right? Or still somebody is studying here botany, zoology? No. See, biology, I asked, what is cell biology? What is cell? It was only a conversation, not even typing. I just typed some, I just asked a question, it started answering. Suddenly the other person, his name is Vijay, he interrupted and said, I don't understand, you explain. Mati was started questioning. Can you do that with your teacher? Or if I ask you a question and you are answering, suppose in between I ask you, stop and ask you some clarification, probably you will stop and do it. Because out of respect, you may think me as a teacher. But if I go on disturbing you, you will say, allow me to say, sir, or leave me, sir. Loose answer, you will ask, right? But this agent never questioned us and started explaining. Then I said, I'm only 10-year-old. I can't follow what you are saying. Can you explain to me in a simple term? Then he started explaining in a very, very simple, easily understandable way. So it is going to completely change the way you are going to learn. Don't tell me next time that I used it to prepare my assignment. This is all basic. Okay, 1 year back you did, that's fine. But now you should use these AI tools to supplement your, I am not saying replacing the book, but it should help you to go forth and, accomplish your goals in a very, effective manner. AI is not something new, brother. Something does not come from anywhere. It has been there for many years. When we saw the washing machine in the 80s, what we know is once you switch on the mixie will rotate. You can adjust the speed of the mixie. That is all the one thing we had. When you switch on, you don't have control over the speed. But then we came the regulator, fan on the regulator, 4, 3, 2, 1. Similarly, mixie, medium, slow, high. This is the best thing that when I was a small boy, I used to enjoy playing that medium, high, slow. That was fascinating. Then came the washing machine. Washing machine was used with a technology called fuzzy logic. How many of you are familiar with washing machine? Right? Washing machine பார்த்திருப்பீங்க இல்லையா யூஸ் பண்ணிருப்பீங்க. When you put clothes என்ன செய்யுது first, it starts rotating. It rotates and checks whether it can take that load. At some point of time it stops. Yes, I can take the load. நீ நிறைய suppose 15 to 16 clothes that it has to be put in. நீ போய் ஒரு 30-40 துணி போட்டினா it will stop. It will not rotate at all. So that means first it checks for the weight. Once the weight is confirmed, then it opens the inlet valve. Thanni washing machine kulla vidudu. After some time, when it comes to a certain level, the water stops. Then it rinses. Then it takes the soap. Then again it drains the water. Thirumba fresh water. This process பார்த்திருக்கீங்களா எப்படி how it is completes this cycle. It is also a form of very primitive artificial intelligence. In the stage it has to stop here, then it has to move to this. Finally, last one is spinning, where it completely dries and makes a cloth dry, right? This is the fuzzy logic. இதுவே பெருசு. But 80 பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா அவ்வளோ development. But 90, 2010 and all of 2010 to 20, this 30 years, nothing significantly happened in artificial intelligence. We should have gone to the next level, right? It didn't happen because we had a problem in storing all this data. Process we don't have a larger systems, no servers. That only took us time. Now today, we have systems which can handle, we have supercomputing. Now we are moving to quantum computing, which is different from normal computers, which can handle large data. That means the entire population of the world can be mapped. Enna disease varudhu, enna time la varudhu, ellame today able to predict. So all that why we waited so long is only the size of the system capabilities. Now we are at the best place. Then came, you all have noticed, naga 2000 la we become popular with Google. Google, when you type something, it remembers and gives you next time. Have you noticed that? You search next time when you go, it shows that also. Then in the word processor or something, you go type something, in a word next to varun காமிக்குது. நீங்க ஒரு email type பண்ணாலோ இல்ல எதுலயா type பண்ணும்போது it shows. You might have watched movies in Netflix and Amazon. நீ ஏதாவது ஒரு படத்தை பார்த்து முடிச்சு, then it says the similar movies by the same actor Ajit or Vijay, then it lists. If you watched one, the comedy movie, then it shows the list of other comedy movies, suggests. How does it do all this? Have you asked this question? We never asked, right? We simply accepted that. You watch one horror movie, after that it suggests. When you go and read a book in Kindle, the genre, you select, say, history or sociology. Once you complete, immediately it gives another set of books. All this were quietly there. But when the ChatGPT OpenAI came in 2021 or 22, then the things changed dramatically. Everybody started using. That's very simple, as he explained in the last session, the large language model. அதுக்கு முன்னால, if you want to do any computing, you have to write programs. The only way to talk to computer is with it through programs. You need to give coding. But this large language model made things very easy, where you can now chat. Nowadays, the other day I asked once to, a boy of your age, என்னப்பா பண்ற இவ்வளவு நேரம் chat பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிற அப்படின்னா, chat GPT-யோட தான் chat பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, பார்த்து chat பண்ணு அப்படின்னா. So, today it has now become an habit. It is a good habit, I would say. Very simple reason is you enrich your knowledge. நீங்க இனிமே no longer you need to worry. You all belongs to which discipline? என்ன எல்லாரும் என்ன BSc, physics, chemistry, computer science, literature? என்ன சப்ஜெக்ட் நீங்க? Computer science. என்னமா? Oh, great. இப்போ நீங்க வேற ஒரு சப்ஜெக்ட் if you wanted to learn, you can simply today you can learn any subject of your interest. நீ பயப்பட வேண்டிய அவசியமே இல்லை. இதெல்லாம் நமக்கு ஒத்தே வராதுன்னு இல்லை. In the world of art, see, you may get scared. இப்போ ஒரே ஒரு பயம் தான் எல்லாருக்குமே இருக்கும். என்ன பயம் இருக்கும் சொல்லுங்க பாப்போம். இந்த 2025ல என்ன பயம் உலகம் முழுக்க இருக்கும்? ஏஐ பார்த்து நம்ம எதுக்கு பயப்படணும்? என்ன பயம் இருக்கும்? Do you all think the AI would cause you jobless? How many of you believe that AI will rob my jobs? இனி எங்களுக்குலாம் வேலையே இருக்காது அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க கை தூக்குங்க. You all think that AI will not replace human, right? Can I agree that? Can we all agree on that point? Very good. That is very, very important. 85, 86 when computers were, spreading everywhere. Chennai Central Station, Vasal, I remember there was a protest from people. Protest in the form of don't introduce computer. A group of people were agitating. We were quite surprised on the time. They said this computer would take away our jobs and we'll become jobless. On the time, oddly, there were about 10 or 20 reservation counters only were there. But nothing could stop. Nothing could stop the wave of scientific developments in the world. Just because even though you want to shut your door, your neighbors would catch up and they would run faster than you. When China is today coming out with such challenge to ChatGPTs with their DeepSeek and all, we can't be silent, right? We also need to do something. We have to depend either on America or China. So for people like you, tomorrow to survive in this world, you need to learn this, you need to adopt this. So that is very, very important and imperative at this time. So, in the how best this can use, it's only left to your imagination. Coming to for the question, people protested against introduction of computers. Don't bring in computers, but nothing could happen. Everywhere computers. 10, 20 people work on 200, 300 people are working today for reservation. Not only there, today sitting here, you can book your tickets, right? You want to book a ticket from Chennai to Mumbai, you don't need to go to Chennai. You can sit here and book a ticket from Chennai to Mumbai. Mumbai to Delhi, from here you can book. That is the kind of power today computing has given. People's travel become a lot more easier. Many people got jobs. People who are afraid of computers, people never learned computer, were out of the stream. So better you adopt to this. Some time back, I went to one of the law colleges in Chennai. I was given an opportunity to speak. Luckily, the girls, they said they're using ChatGPT. Boys didn't say anything. Not that boys are lagging or anything. Boys, they just wanted to be very humble and quiet. They don't want to show in front of their teachers that they are using it. But sadly, none of the teachers with whom I spoke were aware of artificial intelligence. So I told them how in the field of law, he rightly said, our earlier speaker, Irdaya Raj Mani, right? Irdaya Mani. How this, artificial intelligence can affect, I'm not saying affect law, simple. I just demonstrated with few things. இப்போ நீங்க வந்து அந்த கேஸ் வந்து வருதுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், கேஸ் லா இருக்குன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். If you read, very difficult for you and me to understand because we are not with a legal background. We can't understand those things. But when you give it to a system, it reads and gives you in no time. I asked them, Sir, Nambalaya, you give me one judgment copy. They gave me not one, they gave me 2 judgment copies. One was Nalini versus Union government. Nalini was who was, imprisoned and sentenced also for death for Rajiv Gandhi assassination case. அவங்க வந்து அந்த death sentence வந்து life imprisonment she wanted to ask and the judgment copy. When I put it in the system, within few minutes it gave what exactly that judge gave, pronounced judgment. Similarly, another one was Maneka Gandhi versus Union government for our passport. இதுவும் வந்து few minutes கொடுக்க. அப்போ the entire law, what lawyer or an advocate would take some time, it all up, within few minutes we are able to use it and get it. இதுக்கு நீங்க வந்து ஒரு law graduate இருக்கணும்னு அவசியமே இல்லை. All that you need to know is ask questions. இப்போ இங்கேருந்து நான் வந்து ஆஸ்க் கொஸ்டின்ஸ்ன்னு கேட்குறேன்னா, நீ கேட்கலன்னா கூட பரவாயில்ல, எனக்கு பரவாயில்ல, மிச்சம் நினச்சிக்கலாம். But you need to ask questions with the system. What is it called? அதுக்கு என்ன பேர் அதுக்கு? You go and ask something to ChatGPT. You go and ask, what is it called? And can anyone say, please? Who said prompting? Somebody said prompting. Yeah, ரகசியமா சொல்றீங்க. எந்திரிச்சு சொல்லுங்க. I said prompting. Who said prompting? Prompting. Okay, good. Prompting அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து it is going to become a buzzword for you. Prompting is going to be the keyword for you. With the right prompting, you can get anything from anybody. இப்போ என்கிட்ட வந்து நீ ஏதாவது கேட்கணும்னு வச்சுக்கலாம், with my experiences in publishing, with my experiences as a writer, இப்போ experience as a speaker அப்படின்னா, you should know what to ask from me, right? சார் நீங்க ஏன் சார் இந்த வெயில்ல கோட்டு போட்டு இருக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, நான் சொல்லுவேன், அப்பதான் கொஞ்சமாவது மரியாதை கிடைக்கும், லிட்டில் ரெஸ்பெக்ட் ஐ வில் கெட் பா அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம், அவ்வளவுதான் கிடைக்கும். It all depends what you ask and what you get, right? So that prompting is important. We have been using it for last 1.5 years. What we have understood is many times it is giving us a crazy answer, but where you have to ask, when you keep on asking, it is also getting trained. நான் வந்து ஒரு தமிழ் பாட்டு வந்து கேட்டேன், பாரதிதாசனுடைய ஒரு பியூட்டிஃபுல் போம், வெரி அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் ஒன்று. நீங்க கேட்டிருப்பீங்க அந்த பாட்டு, நீலவான் ஆடைக்குள் உடல் மறைத்து கேளுங்க அந்த பாட்டு. யாரெல்லாம் வந்து லவ் பண்றீங்கன்னா அந்த பாட்டு கேளுங்க. லவ் பண்ணாதவங்க கேட்கணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. நீலவான் ஆடைக்குள் உடல் மறைத்து நிலா என்று காட்டுகின்றாய் ஒளி முகத்தை. For people who can't understand Tamil, please bear with me because you will get to know about it soon. நீலவான் ஆடைக்குள் உடல் மறைத்து நிலா என்று காட்டுகின்றாய் ஒளி முகத்தை, கோல முழுதும் காட்டிவிட்டால் காதல் கொல்லையில் இவ்வுலகம் சாமோ. Can anyone give me the meaning for this? யாராவது ஒரு அர்த்தம் சொல்லுங்களாப்பா, எல்லாம் சிரிக்கிறீங்களாப்பா? Can anyone give answer? Can anyone say what it is, what talks about? லவ் பத்தி பேசுறாரு, பேசல. As a talking about any love or anything of that? யாரை பத்தி யார் பேசுறாங்க, புரியுதா? ஏதாவது இல்ல, அனிருத் பாட்டெல்லாம் கேட்டுட்டு இது ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்கு. நீலவான் ஆடைக்குள் உடல் மறைத்து நிலா என்று காட்டுகின்றாய் ஒளி முகத்தை, கோலம் முழுதும் காட்டு விட்டால். அதாவது என்ன சொல்றேன்னா, the sky, blue sky, right? அந்த ப்ளூ ஸ்கைல இருந்து தி மூன் வந்து அப்பப்போ வந்து போதான் ஃபேஸ் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் எட்டி எட்டி பார்க்குதான். அதை வந்து எங்க கம்பேர் பண்றாங்கன்னா, நீ வந்து உன்னோட முகத்தை வந்து டாக்ஸ் அபவுட் இஸ் லவர் தட் நிலவான் ஆடலுக்குள் உடல் மறைத்து நிலா என்று காட்டுகின்றாய் ஒளி முகத்தை. கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா வந்து காட்டுற மாதிரி நீயும் உன் முகத்தை அப்பப்போ காட்டிட்டு போறியே, உன் முகத்தை முழுசா காட்டிட்டான்னா உலகம் வந்து வீணா போயிருமா அப்படின்னு கேட்குறான். என்ன ஒரு ஒரு இமேஜினேஷன் பாருங்களேன். நம்மளும் நிலாவை பார்க்குறோம், நம்மளும் வானத்தை பார்க்குறோம். ஒன் ஆஃப் த கிரேட்டஸ்ட் போய்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் லாஸ்ட் செஞ்சுரி வந்து பாவேந்தர் பாரதிதாசன். ஓகே, எனக்கு இந்த பாட்டுக்கு அர்த்தமே தெரியல. நான் என்ன செஞ்சேன், ஐ சிம்பிளி கட் திஸ் போம் அண்ட் பேஸ்டட் இட் இன் ChatGPT. நான் வந்து சொல்றது பொய்யா இருந்தா நீயும் போய் பாருங்க. ஜஸ்ட் பேஸ்டட் இட் இன் ChatGPT and asked me to give the meaning for this song. You know what? It gave the meaning so beautifully and said it has to be written by some eminent poet. ஒரு எமினன்ட் போயட் எழுதியிருக்கிறான். இது வந்து யாரோ ஒருத்தர் தன்னுடைய காதலியை பத்தி வந்து பேசுறான். பிலவட் ஒன் இஸ் சிங்கிங். நான் கேட்டேன், இந்த பாட்டுல எங்கேயா பொண்ணுன்னு வருது? ஏன் ஒரு ஆண் தான் ஒரு பொண்ணை பார்த்து இந்த மாதிரி பாடணுமா? Why not a boy? Why not a girl sing a song for her boyfriend? அப்படின்னு கேட்டது போது, you know what it replied? You are right, absolutely right. ஒரு விஷயம், if you have noticed in ChatGPT, it always accepts whatever you say. Absolutely you are right அப்படின்ட்டு. But universally the moon is always compared to women அப்படின்ச்சு. நீ எப்படியா சொல்லலாம்? இன்னைக்கு என்ன மாதிரி உலகம்? ஜெண்டர் ஈக்குவாலிட்டி we are talking, and how can you say a moon is a woman அப்படின்னா அதுவும் சொல்லுது, you are right, it is not, it is improper, but from all the data that I have, all the poets in the world have used a moon only to compare it with women அப்படின்னு சொல்லுது. சரி, நான் அடுத்து கேட்டேன், இந்த மாதிரி வேற யார் எழுதியிருக்காங்க? Then it gives me a list of other poets who have written songs, poems using this metaphor. Finally, I asked, can you translate this poem in English? It did. Not satisfied with that, can you do it in the lines of William Wordsworth? Because he's a poet who has contributed enormously on nature. வில்லியம் வேர்ட்ஸ்வர்த்தோட லைன்ஸ்ல கொடுக்குது. என்ன செய்ய சொல்றீங்க அப்போ? All this happened in few minutes. Then I got another app, or another AI agent. Don't call it app, AI agent. This agent is capable of இசையமைக்கிறது. I don't know how many of you heard Ilayaraja's interview in the recent times with Guna. He said, எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு காம்படிஷன் வந்து ஏஐங்கிறாரு. என்ன வயசு இளையராஜா? 85 வயசுல who has created history. He says, the only competition for me today is AI. சொன்ன உடனே I went and tried. Why this man said this? Is it a joke? Because Ilayaraja is not that kind of a person. சும்மா just like that he will not say anything. போய் பார்த்தா அமேசிங். நான் வந்து ஒரு சில சாங்ஸ் எடுத்துட்டு போய் அதுகிட்ட கொடுத்த உடனே it started playing that so beautifully. என்ன வந்து stunning. I can show you after this session is over. If anybody is interested, I can show you that, and I can show that agent also. நீங்க அதுக்கப்புறம் எனக்கு வந்து ஏற்கனவே இருந்த சாங்ஸ் மட்டும் இல்ல, I thought வந்து why not I try something new? Why not I write a poem of myself? Then I said, can you write a poem for me? I want to express my love for somebody. Why don't you write this way? அப்படின்னா உடனே எழுதி கொடுத்தது. Then I said, I want it grammatically. Can you use Yapu and perfect Venba to write it? It no minute it gave, all in split seconds. Then I said, how do I know this Venba? I am a very illiterate person. I don't know. I can't write it in Yapu. Though I am so old, but still I don't know all this. Then he explained what is Yapu. Then he said, wait. I will refine and make it perfect so that nobody can say fault on you. Beautifully it has written one song. with so structured. Then I took it to that, agent and pasted there. Within few seconds, it gave me two choices. Whichever you want, you take it. I wrote a poem. I created the music. I played it. All that happened in split seconds. Who's the copyright owner for this book, this song? So that's what we are discussing. In a days, nobody can claim for copyright for anything. We will enter into the world of copyright, no copyright world. So all that happens in few seconds, friends. That is the power of this one. The editing, all that is gone today. We used to have editors, copy editors, so many functions at a publishing house. I'm a publisher. There's no editor today. Why do I need an editor? If I give it to artificial intelligent agent, it gives me a perfect edited one in no time. The other day to one of the overseas publishing company, I have to send 200 words about a particular book for which we are seeking rights. They say, why are you choosing this book? Give us in 200 words. If I sit and write, it would easily take 25 to 30 minutes. I would probably write 400 words or 500 words, put all my thoughts into it, then start editing and trimming to bring it to 200 kulla sethu poiruvan nanu. It's not so easy. But give it to this and get it the way you wanted, 200 words, is in no time. So editing is no longer, somebody says, I edited this, I laugh at them. Somebody say, this is happening in the world of translation also. Translation is now becoming increasingly easier and easier. Even a complex fiction today is easily getting translated. Language is no barrier. இப்போ நான் பேசுறது வந்து உனக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் புரியும் அப்படின்னா you all are well versed in English. Suppose in the unfortunate situation, if I speak and you don't understand, say for example, I speak in a language, Spanish, and you don't understand, லூசா என் பாட்டு பேசிக்கிட்டு இருக்கா நான் கேட்கறது அப்படின்னு நினைக்க வேணாம். There are now, this happened in Frankfurt 2023, when few of us were sitting and government officials from Tamil Nadu, they were also seated. One lady came, must be in her 70s. Then when she came, we spoke in English. நம்ம வெளிநாட்டுக்கு போயிட்டோம்னா நமக்கு இன்னும் நல்ல ஆக்சென்ட் எல்லாம் வந்துடும். When we speak English, understand that only few countries they speak good English. One, UK, because for them the mother tongue is English. Then you go to America, North America, they speak English. That accent is different. When we speak, many times they'll say, you are speaking too fast, slow. First time when we went to US, when I was ordering that McDonald's, I said this, that girl said, tell me slowly, only then I can follow you. Because their level of understanding is different. So when this lady came and sat, we started conversing. She said, I can speak little English only. Please wait. She took something from her bag, kept it on the table. காதுல எடுத்து ஒன்று மாட்டிட்டாங்க. Then she pressed, you speak to this. We said, English? She said, if English is your mother tongue, you speak in English, or you speak in your Tamil. அப்படின்னாங்க. நாங்கள் எல்லாத்தையுமே அதை ட்ரை பண்ணோம். இங்கிலீஷ் ட்ரை பண்ணோம், தமிழில் ட்ரை பண்ணோம். When we spoke in English, she heard it in our language. Then she replied in our language. இங்கே வந்து அந்த ஸ்பீக்கரில் வந்து நமக்கு தமிழா இங்கிலீஷோ அவங்க எது வேணாலும் நமக்கு கிடைக்குது. So that made life is very, very important. You don't need to waste your time learning languages. People say, you don't know this, you only know this language. அப்படின்னா உடனே don't feel complex. You don't need to learn more than your mother tongue. போகிற காலத்தில் கேட்டிருப்பீங்கல்ல, உனக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாதா இந்த லாங்குவேஜ், அப்புறம் அங்கே போய் எப்படி நீ பானிபூரி விற்ப, அங்கே போய் இதை எப்படி செய்வேன்னு கேட்பாங்கல்ல. அப்ப நீ சொல்லலாம், I don't need it anymore because if I want to learn language, if I want to know something, today the technology has come. In no second, you can get it the language you want it. This is the miracle. These are the technologies that are happening right in front of our own eyes. And friends, we can go on and on, but all that I can tell you is artificial intelligence is going to be not only agent, your power, your mentor, and everything for you. The book, as a publisher, I'm saying I will say that 2025 may be the last year for a book. The printed book, I would say, will soon die or dead or dying. But book will continue to be there in a digital format or the format which you probably will be very friendly with. நீ புக்கு படிக்கிறதுக்குலாம் ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட வேண்டியதே இல்லை. You give it to them and take the help of AI, you will understand better. So you will become your own teacher. You will become your own student. You can use it judicially and find out, share it with others. See, you suddenly today, you don't know there are hundreds and hundreds of applications are available. We don't know which is right, which is wasting our time. இப்போ நான் உனக்கு சொல்லலாம், song create பண்றதுக்கு which is the best one. Somebody can tell me which is the best one to make a video. Videoல you can just say what you want, what kind of a video, immediately it produces video. In one shot, it has destroyed every other, I will say it has, the disruptive technology, that is what they call. Today, it has disrupted everything in this world. A.R. Rahman has set up a very beautiful big studio in Chennai. And he said, things are changing with the artificial. Imagine the two top-class musicians of the world, one of them Oscar winner, the another one is creating a symphony at the age of 85. Both of them said how they embraced artificial intelligence. So they are adopting it. You and I should not lag on that. Keep working on it. Share information with us, your fellow friends. எனக்கு கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டேன் நான் யார்கிட்டே சொல்ல மாட்டேன். Don't do that, because only when you share, normally I will tell this anecdote, very simple. If I have one apple and say Professor Ganesh has one apple, I go and give that apple to him and he gives us that apple to me, still we will have only one apple each. On the other hand, if I have one idea and he has an idea, then I go and share my idea with him and he shares that idea with me. Now both of us will have two ideas. It's not just two, it's greater than two. Probably his idea will trigger me to get more ideas. Similarly, in a classroom of 40, 50 students of you, start sharing your ideas with others. Probably that will be the best. Inneki remember, things are changing very fast and you have to work as a group. In places like Japan, my own nephew, he was from Thoothukudi, studied in an ordinary school in Thoothukudi, then went on to finish his automobile engineering from MIT Chennai, subsequently went to Japan. Today he is working for the top-notch company there, Toyota, and married to a Japanese girl, and his children are studying there. நான் அவங்க கிட்ட கேட்கறதே எப்படி ஸ்கூல் அப்படின்னா, அவங்க schools are all, they teach them values. They tell them how to work in a group. There are so many things. Very, very important is everything they have to do it as a group. If they give a task, you should go and do in a group. Other I will say, in the world of artificial intelligence, if you want to overcome the power of artificial intelligence, you want to sail with it, you have to work in a group, enjoy it. We need a lot of things to come from you because the world is looking at us now. Right now, I will say we are not at the best of our times because the other nations have done far ahead of us in the field of artificial intelligence. But what we are doing and what others are not doing is we are creating awareness with young minds like you, hundreds and thousands of students Everywhere they are getting trained. If not today, but tomorrow, we will be the best citizens of this world, embracing artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
மியூட்ல தான் இருக்குதோ?
It is my honor to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Olivanen for his thought-provoking talk on the evolving literary landscape in the age of AI, transforming creativity with promise and perils. His deep insights into the intersection of artificial intelligence and literature have given us much to reflect upon. The discussion on how AI is reshaping creativity, bringing both opportunities and challenges, was truly engaging and intellectually stimulating. Dr. Olivanen's perspectives have broadened our understanding of the future of literary expression in this rapidly evolving digital age. On behalf of the organizing committee and all participants, I sincerely thank you, sir, for your valuable time, expertise, and enlightening discourse. Your words will undoubtedly inspire further discussions and research in this domain. Thank you once again.
Students, you can go for break and come after 12. 12:15.
it is a privilege to introduce Dr. A. Ganesan, an accomplished Associate Professor of English at Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda College, Chennai. With an illustrious academic career spanning several years, Dr. Ganesan has made remarkable contributions to the fields of English language teaching, literature, and sociolinguistics. Dr. Ganesan is widely recognized for his innovative approach to pedagogy, integrating contemporary teaching methodologies with traditional practices to create dynamic learning experiences. He has an exceptional track record in guiding doctoral scholars and publishing research in reputed national and international journals. His scholarly interests focus on English as a second language, ESL, sociolinguistics, and the impact of digital tools on language learning. In addition to his teaching and research, Dr. Ganesan has actively contributed to curriculum development and the academic governance of his institution. He has participated as a resource person in numerous national and international seminars, workshops, and faculty development programs, where his sessions on modern pedagogical practices, language skills, and interdisciplinary approaches have been highly acclaimed. Dr. Ganesan's commitment to fostering academic excellence extends beyond the classroom, as he actively collaborates with various academic bodies and associations, contributing to the enrichment of English studies. His dedication to innovation and student-centered learning makes him a leading voice in the field of English education. We are truly honored to have Dr. A. Ganesan as a resource person for this seminar. His extensive knowledge and forward-thinking approach will undoubtedly inspire and enrich our discussions. Please join me in welcoming Dr. A. Ganesan.
Thank you so much, my beloved artificial intelligence, for your wonderful introduction. Because artificial intelligence has introduced me. That was new and of course unique. I'd never listened to artificial intelligence introduction. This is the first time. This morning when I was here, I was kept looking for the person who was doing MC, who was introducing the chief guest. Later, I'd come to know that artificial intelligence was doing that job. Secondly, and profoundly, I thank Sri Ramasamy Naidu Memorial College Management for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and Dr. Lieutenant Ajanta for considering me to be one of the chief guests, and other ICSSR committee members. I wholeheartedly thank, and my beloved students, I am grateful to you because you are going to have a lot of takeaways if you really listen to me. I usually say this, before lunchtime, I don't give any punchlines, but there is no other go. I am invited to deliver a talk before lunchtime. Yes, there is one guy burping. Thank you. So it shows that he is not hungry. I am from English department. The content that I'm gonna share with you, the tools that I'm gonna share with you will definitely be helpful tools. First, this is my, oh my God, I'm seeing my own pic there. I thought my PPT is shared. Okay, anyway. Usually when we see our own image in front, I mean, when we stand in front of a mirror, we are shocked. Yes, there you go. Yeah, okay. So this is my topic. What do you mean by AI? Come on, sir. We've been here for the last 3 days. Don't we know the full form of AI, right? That's your question. AI as a catalyst for pedagogy in higher education. There may be some unfamiliar words, catalyst, heutagogy. Everybody knows what is higher education is all about. Usually I have the habit of introducing the topic and then introducing the unfamiliar words that I come across and then my participants come across. The word catalyst is a stimulus. Maybe if there are chemistry students, you would have heard this word many a times. If you are an English literature student, you would have heard this in T.S. Eliot's essay. So catalyst is a stimulus. Artificial intelligence works as a stimulus. What do you mean by heutagogy? I guess that seems to be a new word. You would have heard of pedagogy, andragogy, and then heutagogy. Pedagogy, have you heard of a pediatrician, doctor? Yeah, who is he or she? Pedia, yes, you're right. Child specialist, good. So the word pedagogy is a combination of two words, pedia and then gaji. So pedagogy is a teacher-centric. Andragogy is an adult-centric, that is student-centric. Whereas heutagogy is self-determined learning. What do you mean by pedagogy? In the past, teachers were the sages on the stage. For example, I am a sage, or I would be considered a sage, and all the students who are sitting here will just listen to me, and whatever I say, they'll take it without any questions. So it was called pedagogy. Then it's called andragogy, that is guide by the side. All right. So teachers were no more teachers. They were just facilitators. All right. They would just be by the side of the student as guides. The third one that we are going to discuss today is heutagogy. Heutagogy is self-determined learning. It's like free from the fire, not free fire, free from the fire, meaning fire is compared with teacher. Teachers, fiber. Okay. Then I think it doesn't function. I know how to do this. Okay. So free from fire, you are free from your teachers. You can choose your own content. You can choose your own methodology. Only thing you have to be determined. Only thing you have to be resolute. If you are resolute, determined, learning will be easy. That is what we are going to do today. The previous speaker spoke about Apple. So I have an Apple story. Everybody would have heard of 3 Apple story. The 3 apples that changed the entire world. What was the first apple? The apple that was eaten by Adam and Eve. Superb. The second apple? Superb. That fell on Newton's head. And the third apple? iPhone. Yes, Steve Jobs. So these 3 apples have revolutionized the entire world. I'm going to share you one more apple story. He spoke about 2 apples. There is a father. This is an AI-generated picture. A father or maybe a mother has taken his daughter to a forest. Audio is try பண்ணுங்கல்ல இல்ல மேம் ஆடியோ ஏற்கனவே மீட்ல தான் மேம். So a father has taken his daughter to a forest, and then what do you see there? There is an apple tree. Are you able to see the apple tree? Am I hiding? No. Okay. So there is an apple tree. And then the father has asked his daughter to pluck one of the fruits. Is my story clear? The father said, use all the resources available here, but then pluck one of the apples. Is the story clear? Yes. Okay. The girl tried. Is she trying that? I guess she's jumping. Are you able to see the kid? Yeah. Okay. She tried, tried, but then she wasn't able to pluck an apple. They reached home. The father asked, how many apples have you plucked? The kid said, no, father, I didn't pluck even one. The father asked, did you use all the resources? The girl said, Dad, I used all the resources available there. But then there were no stones, there were no tables, there were no chairs. But then I tried. I jumped, but then I wasn't able to pluck even one apple. The father asked a very pertinent question. Did you use all the resources? Dad, believe me, I used all the resources. You could have asked your father to lift you. He was also a resource there. Oh my God. Dad, I really didn't think you as a resource. This AI is nothing but Appa's intelligence or Amma's intelligence. It's with you. If you ask, if you give a prompt properly, you will get the reply. Had the girl asked his father, the father would have lifted her up and then the girl would have plucked an apple and she would have tasted it. So AI is handy, is with you. You have to make use of it. See this picture AI created. I just gave, the prompt. Okay, one gentleman named Ganesan, he's delivering a lecture at SRNM college. Then, it created. See, look at the second picture. I've never smiled in my entire life. But then this picture has created Ganesan's image as though he has got a smiling face. Beautiful image, right? Look at the third one. As though there were, beautiful, resourceful, wonderful professors are sitting on the stage. It has created, because I said professors would be sitting on the stage. It has created the third image for me. Everything is free. I needn't spend even a penny. And then the fourth image that AI created. As though I gave some names, but then it messed up. I gave Dr. Jayanti, Dr. Ajanta, and then it mixed both the words and it created another word, Jajanti. Wow, something amazing. Don't worry about it. So your prompt should be prompt, proper, pakka. Are you all using WhatsApp, guys? Yeah. Are you all using WhatsApp? Everybody. Can you raise your hand if you have never used WhatsApp here, or if you are not using WhatsApp here? Everybody uses WhatsApp, right? Guys, hey, are you using WhatsApp? Then WhatsApp. You are using WhatsApp, right? Super. In WhatsApp, guys, I don't know if you guys have checked it. Yesterday, I asked one of my students, he said, have you checked Meta AI? Sir, I checked. What do you get there? He said, whatever I want today, I will get it. Whatever I want now, I'll get it. If you check your WhatsApp, maybe I have one. If I check my WhatsApp, it will give me a lot of suggestions. I want to understand a new word. I need a help to gift my friend. I need help with my school project. I need to write a letter. Couple of days ago, one of my students came to me asking my signature. He wrote a letter for a bona fide certificate, but then there were a lot of mistakes. I asked him to go here. In Meta AI, there is an option called I need a cover letter. I asked him to give prompt. I need a bona fide certificate. Write a letter for me. That's it. In no time, he got a wonderful letter. Only thing, you need to do some tinkering and you need to make some additions. That's it. You have to edit a bit, then a wonderful letter is ready. So next time when you need a letter, because last year one student came to us with a letter again. Respected sir, as I passed away, give my TC. Hey, what is this man, sir? Last year I was a student here, so passed away. I cleared my degree and then I went away. My God, hey. I wanted to touch him, whether he's a spirit or ghost or really a human being. He said, then, sir, what's wrong with you? I asked, wrong with your letter. You should have used perhaps an artificial intelligence to write a letter, a flawless letter. Next time, when you are writing a letter requesting for a bona fide certificate, or you are attending an intercollegiate competition elsewhere, or you are applying for your, what is it? Transfer certificate, please get the help of artificial intelligence to write one. You'll be surprised to hear, when I spoke to my friend this morning, she said, she had a lot of work. Just trust me, she had a lot of work. She had a project wherein she had to create 100 questions, number one. And she was helping some research scholars to write PhD thesis. And then she had a lot of household chores. She was confused. There is an option called I need parenting advice. She gave all in detail. I have all these work, but then I'm confused with which one to start first. In the meantime, I'm angry with my husband. I don't know what to do. Trust me, in no time, she got a wonderful schedule. It said, first do this, second do this, have some fruit, take some rest. There is a technique called the Pomodoro technique. In Japan, they usually use it. Meaning 45 minutes, you do your work, 15 minutes, you take a break. But within that 45 minutes, you should not touch your phone. You have a work, do that. Next 15 minutes, you can take some beverages, you can go out, you can listen to your favorite song, and then come back and then start doing your work. This is a wonderful technique which really worked out in Japan. Of course, even in India, many people are following this Pomodoro technique. It gave beautiful schedule. My dearest friends, if you have any problems, there is an option called I need parenting advice. You can just give a prompt, it will give you. So AI, Hutagaji, meaning self-determined learning. You have an option, you have to give a prompt and then get it. I thought of giving you, some activities. Can I have a volunteer? Okay, at least for the next, I'll call you. So first one is Meta AI that I've introduced. One more thing I want to tell you. 1 month ago, I wrote a novel using Meta AI. So Meta AI will make you a poet, will make you a novelist, will make you a short story writer, will make you a dramatist. What did I do? I just wrote, I wish to write a novel. This is the outline of the story. Just give me a novel in one page. It gave me. And then I asked Meta AI to divide it into chapters. It did. And then I asked Meta AI to write the first chapter alone. It did. Second chapter, third chapter, fourth chapter. So it generated wonderful novel. Maybe if I'm brave enough, I can publish it. Only thing I need to go through it again, and then I can become a wonderful novelist. You can become a poet, you can become a novelist, you can become a short story writer by using artificial intelligence. Second one, Gemini AI. How many of you are using Gemini AI? Okay, there is one kid, is using this Gemini. Gemini AI, I have it in my mobile phone. What do? Everybody is using ChatGPT, right? Are you guys using ChatGPT? Chat PDF? No. Am I clear? Is my voice clear? Purida. Okay. Gemini AI or Perplexity AI or ChatGPT, they're all content creators. But I make use of all these AI tools for different reasons. Before sending a message to my friend, before sending a message to my professor, before sending a message to my HOD, I write it in Gemini or ChatGPT. I'll ask it to make flawless sentences, and then it will give it to me. I'll send it. I'll share it with my teachers. I'll share it with my students, because as an English teacher, I should not make mistakes. Dear students and friends, next time when you're writing a letter, your letter should be free from mistakes. Your letter should be flawless. You have to use AI. Number two, Gemini AI. When I'm writing something, I'll ask Gemini AI, please tell me the mistakes that I have made. Then it will give me. You'll be surprised to know, last night around 12:30, one of my friends sent me a message. My father dash cave. What dash cave? Give me an appropriate preposition. Can I call my teacher? Teacher, are you Das or at 12 o'clock? Very simple. You have a mobile with you. I just typed. I had one word in my mind, that is, which is the right preposition here. I walked dash cave, which is the right appropriate preposition. இப்ப நான் ஒரு சென்டென்ஸ் சொன்னேன்ல, அதுக்கு கரெக்டான ப்ரிப்போசிஷன் என்னன்னு கேட்டேன். I walked dash cave. புரியுதா நான் பேசுறது? நீங்க ரொம்ப அமைதியா இருக்கிறத பார்த்தா எனக்கு ஏதோ I walked dash cave. என்னப்பா சுடலையா? I walked dash cave. Okay, let me give you an answer. I walked into the cave. Cave தெரியும், கொகை இருக்குல்ல, அது உள்ள நான் போனேன். But then I wanted to check, because before sharing the answer, I need to know whether it is a right answer. So you'll be surprised to hear it gave me two options. I walked into the cave is correct. At the same time, I walked through the cave is also correct. So at 12 o'clock, I cannot disturb my teacher, whereas you can disturb your artificial intelligence. Before writing a sentence, type it there, ask ChatGPT or Gemini, and then you share it with your friends. I gave one sentence here. Can you read it? How can I use this AI to a visually challenged student or professor? There is a visually challenged professor in my department, and there are a lot of visually challenged students in our classroom. Usually when we share a picture message, they would come to us and ask, sir, it seems that you have shared a picture message, but then we don't know how to read. So could you please do something to read the text? Very simple. I did. I go to, let me go to Gemini AI. What you have to do is, you have to just, I'm sorry. Can I? Yes. Okay. Just a sec. Ma'am, can you bring this down? Because I've opened a lot of tabs here. I don't want these. Time. இதை மட்டும் கேட்கணும். இன்னும் கூட நீங்க கீழே கொண்டு வந்திருக்க, நான் யூஸ் பண்ணிப்பேன். போதும், இது போதும் எனக்கு. இல்ல இல்ல, நான் இங்க நிறைய ஓபன் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கேன். சூப்பர், நான் பார்த்துக்கிறேன். இங்க போகணும். So guys, can I have a volunteer? Come, NCC boy. See, this is Gemini. What's your name? What's your name? Ashok. So, guys, Ashok is with me. Don't ridicule him. So this is Gemini. I opened it. Due to paucity of time, I've opened all the tabs. So this is Gemini. Hello, Dr. A. So it's calling me. So see, there is an image pic. சுடல தொடல நீ வந்து just open it. ஓகே ஷேர் பண்ண முடியாதா?
இல்ல பண்ணலாம் சார்.
ஒண்ணும் இல்ல என்னால கண்டிப்பா முடியுமா? வந்துச்சா? ஓகே இல்ல பாய் அசோக் வா. நீ சும்மா தொட்டாலே போதும் அது வந்துடும். Okay, so guys, now Ashok will click this in the clip. So there is an image. He's just clicking this image. So it's taking me to another file. My photo, and my photo. So this will read. He's gonna click this picture. Because that's an invitation. So after clicking this picture, it will give me the content which is there in the picture. Now it will give me. Tell me about the picture. Mr. Ashok is with me. Please help me. Okay, super. Yeah. So just a second. You will get. See, this is an image. This is a flyer. See, you are learning a new word there. This is a flyer announcing an intercollegiate event called altruism. And then event name, host, type, it's an intercollegiate event, date 6th August 2024, and then time between 8:30 and 1:30. Got my point? So now all that I do is copy, paste it in my WhatsApp group. Got my point? So this is an image reader. So this is an image. So guys, make use of it. If you have a picture, if you want to know about the picture, if you don't find time to read the picture, just all you have to do is upload the picture. It will read it for you. Okay, and then you have another option called read the picture, as they did it during this morning ceremony. You have content. You have to ask ChatGPT to read, then it will read it for you. Like key event details, event name, altruism, national service scheme, all these things. Wait a minute. So this is the first event. And then the second one, second AI tool, the third AI tool, is it the third AI tool I'm going to share with? What was the first AI tool? Superb. Meta. Second one, Gemini. Superb. And then the third AI tool that I'm going to share with today is, have you heard of Gamma? I hope one of the professors would have spoken about Gamma AI. Did he? Pesnangala? Illaya. Okay. Gamma AI, VPick AI, Slides Go AI. Can I have Surya as a volunteer now? Yes, Surya, please come on to the stage. Surya, what? Hey, I know him. I've known him from childhood. Before coming on, he usually touches my feet and comes. Surya is a wonderful boy. So we finished Gemini. I'm just closing the tab because I opened a lot of tabs here. Yes. So this is a free AI presentation maker. You need not do anything. Surya, you need not do anything. Only thing, see, there is an option called AI presentation maker. All you have to do is click on it, get started. Hold on. He has a magic wand. So he just touched, and then he got this. Create your presentation topic. Which department do you belong to? Department?
English.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Type on. He is from English department. Wordsworth. Shakespeare, Shelley. Type on. Fast time.
வாய்ஸ்
இதுல ஏதாவது ஒரு பிரசன்டேஷன் உனக்கு மேக் பண்ணுமா? You wanna make a presentation? இல்லப்பா ஏதாவது ஒரு பிபிடி ரெடி பண்ணணும் வைங்களேன், என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? பவர் பாயிண்ட்லாம் போய் பண்ணுவீங்கல்ல, இப்போ ஓகே இந்த பேர் கொடுங்க, ஏதாவது ஒன்று கொடுங்க. வேர்ட்ஸ் ஒருத்தர் இருக்காரு, சூப்பர், தெரியல அவரை. 8 slides. இப்போ என்ன பண்ணணும்? So guys, Surya has given William Wordsworth's name. You can also give writing tone, language, number of slides. You can click whatever you want to and then generate presentation. So Surya is generating a presentation now. Double click. So look at Surya's magic wand, what it has done. 2, 3, 2, 4, 6. The slide is ready. So awesome. You will have a wonderful PPT ready. All you have to do is so I'll show you how many PPTs I've created. This is slides go. Slides go, you go. This is another website. Actually, I've created, but then I'll show you. Here, slides, a presentation maker. You have to click. He gave William Wordsworth 8 slides. He chose this, and then this is disturbing me. Okay. So generate presentation. In 1 minute time or maybe 2 minutes time, you will get a wonderful PPT. And then all you have to do is, if you want, you can make some modifications. Otherwise, you can just like that present it. Usually we take 1 day or maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours to create a PPT. You need not struggle much. You can create a PPT in 1 minute time. 3 websites I've told you. One is Slides Go, VPick, and then Gamma, Gamma. Maybe here it's going down. That's why I'm unable to show you. Anyway, I'll show it now. So you can make use of these 3 tools, Gamma, VPick, and then Slides Go. I'm unable to download here. Let me go to the next one. Have you heard of Character AI? Character AI. Can I have another NCC volunteer now? See, I'm sorry, I was unable to download that. I'll show it. Okay. So this is the third AI tool, that is Character.ai. I've created some characters, William Shakespeare, Hypoglot, Shelley. See, you have to type only one. What's your name? Kumaresan. So, okay, Kumaresan is with me. I've already typed some sentences there. See, can we chat for a few minutes? Shelley said, okay. Wait a minute, I'm at SRNM College. Sure, I'll wait. Take your time. You can type, I want to improve my English. Just type. Or maybe you can type whatever you want to. Okay, I want to improve my English communication, said by Mr. Kumaresan. Okay. Certainly, I'd be happy to help you improve your English communication. There are several ways we can work on that. First, would you mind telling me your native language? What's your native language? Mother tongue. Mother tongue. Tamil. Okay. So Tamil. Okay, I gave Tamil, and then I would ask, thank you for letting me know. Now I understand your native language is Tamil. English can be a challenging language to learn, but don't worry, Mr. Kumaresan. I taught Surya, he's speaking really well. I also taught Ashok, he is also speaking flawless English. You are my 3rd student. Your name is Mr. Kumaresan, don't worry. Before we begin, could you tell me how long you've been learning? So thank you. So it'll ask certain questions. Only thing, you have to keep giving prompts. So just imagine if you keep doing like this, after a month, you will definitely feel the difference. Only thing, as I told you before, Hutagaji is you have to be resolute, you have to be self-determined, you have to be determined, and you have to allocate some time to learn, to improve, to enhance your communication skills. So what are the tools I've introduced? Meta AI, Gemini, Slides Go, Gamma, VPick, and then character.ai. You can create your own characters. Another thing that I'm gonna tell you is one thing I was really shocked to know. The name of the AI tool is, can you guys read this? Questionwell. How many of you have created Google Forms? Have you ever created Google Forms? Have you ever submitted Google Forms at least? Okay, super. For everything, teachers will send us Google Forms. Or if you are gonna register for an event, you have to submit a Google Form. Have you ever done it? I've created a lot of Google Forms. I've spent more than 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. Sometimes I gave it to my students to prepare one because I mean, after spending 5 hours or 6 hours. My dear friends and students, believe me, there is an AI called Questionwell. All that you have to do is, see, you have a multiple choice questions about Kumaresan, which department do you belong to? Oh, yeah, English. Okay, super. So I'm gonna type again, okay, Wordsworth. Grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, college student, okay, college, reading level. Shall I click this? Surya, what do you say? Shall I click generate questions? Yeah? Okay. So Surya is waiting to read all the questions. See how leisurely Surya is sitting. I think I got it. Yes. Yes. Maybe you know. Yes, of course. I got it. Yes. Maybe. Yes, of course. I've got it. Few minutes time. You can give your own prompt. Not necessary that you have to give words. So you can also talk about atom. Ma'am, which department do you belong to? English department. Are you a professor here? Okay, super. So you can give your own prompt. Who is your favorite author? Virat Kohli, yeah. George Orwell. Wow, super. So all I have to do is, what's your name? Vasant. All I have to do is just type George Orwell. It will create MCQ questions. Fine. Even with the help of Survey Monkey, you can create a lot of questions. But one advantage of using this website, what is the AI name? Questionwell. I think network is poor. Anyway, it will generate MCQ questions. The best thing I found out is that after generating questions, only one click, it will create a Google form. I was really shocked and at the same time happy to have learned this. Last week, I attended an FDP, Faculty Development Program, wherein one gentleman introduced this AI to me. Okay. So yes, it's generating. It will take some time because of the network connection, poor network connection. I will show you this also. Okay, fine. It's ready now. So the prompt that I gave was, what was the prompt that I gave? Super, William Wordsworth. See, look at the questions. In what way? Okay. In what way does Wordsworth poetry reflect? See, the questions are ready. Can you read? Can you see the questions there? Can you guys see the questions there? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. If you say yes, I'll leave you at 1:15. If you don't say yes, I'll make you Wait till 2 o'clock. All right. Yes? Super. So 2 questions, 3 questions, 4 questions. You have all the questions. Yes? Super. If you say yes, before I ask, I will not let you go. Yes? Super. So all you have to do is export reading. Super. Export, sorry. Export questions. Select all. I think this is actually disturbing me. Select all. Export. See, I have a list of AI tools here. Microsoft Word, Google Forms, Kahoot, Quiz, BlueCat, Canvas, Gymkit. There are a lot of AI tools. View in Google Forms. Now you will be able to see a wonderful Google form. This can be shared it with your friends. See, I thought everybody would say, wow, but nobody said anything. Thank you for the wonderful mimicry. See, can you see this? What does the term lyrical ballad signify in the context of Wordsworth's work? What significant work did Wordsworth publish in collaboration with the S.T. Coleridge in 1798? You have Ode to a Nightingale, Lyrical Ballads, Prelude, Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Which is the right answer? Oh, super. All you have to do is click the answer. It will also show you the answer. All right. It will also give you feedback. So you have a lot of options if you make use of this tool also. So can you tell me the number of tools that I have told you now? Meta, Gemini, Gamma, Slides Go, sorry, Character.ai, Questionwell. Okay, super. Questionwell AI is a wonderful tool. You need not spend much time on. You can also edit your questions. In a few minutes time, you'll be able to share. Next important tool that I'm going to share with you is ZeroBot. Have you heard of this tool? No? Okay. See, I've already opened it. ZeroBot. You have, I'm not able to see here. Should I have to share now again? Super. ZeroBot. See, guys, you have a tutor, you have a counselor, you have a buddy. In NCC, you will have buddies. Do you? Who is your buddy? You have a doctor, and then you will have to explore. Yesterday, while I was exploring this, I clicked this word doctor, and then this doctor asked me, how are you? I said, okay, I'm fine. How about you? He said, okay. See, I have pain here. I asked this question to the doctor. I have pain here. Could you please suggest me some medicines? He did. You need not believe. You have to go to a doctor. That I'm sure. But it will help you as though it's a doctor. Now there is a tutor. Let me click tutor. Okay, I've just clicked tutor. Then message to tutor. Can you ask a question to your tutor? Any question? When will you leave me for lunch, Anna Surya? What is the question you asked? Can you ask a question, guys? Any question, any question. Sir, I am Kumaresan. Teach me to learn Telugu. Okay. It will give me suggestions. It will also give me, just a minute. So what is the tool that I'm introducing now? Okay. See, some of the options are learn the script, Telugu alphabet, basic vocabulary, grammar basics, practice speaking, listening practice. Okay. How to say you are good to my Telugu friend? You can ask any question to your tutor. it will definitely generate and give it to you. I know everybody wants to speak flawless English. Everybody wants to get good marks. Everybody wants to get a good job. But this is the right age. You have to start learning AI tools. So can you just tell me the AI tools that I have told you 1 minute before? Zero bot. What are the characters you found? Yes, 5 minutes. Super, Padram. What are the AI tools that you have found? I mean, what are the options you have found? You have a tutor, you have a counselor, you have a buddy, you have a doctor, and then you have, you will have to explore. Similarly, I have a lot of tools. Due to paucity of time, I'm gonna stop here. So this is how it will come. Only thing you have to create new. This is Gamma. See, these are all the PPTs that I have created. Let me show you one of the PPTs. Hutagaji for English literature students in the artificial intelligence era. I delivered a talk a few months ago. I just gave this prompt. It created a wonderful PPT for me. So this is the second page. This is the third page. This is the fourth page. This is the fifth page. So I have even the PPTs that I created with the help of, there is another AI tool, Tiny Wow. Maybe you have to find out the options. You have an essay writer. What I did, I just clicked essay topic. I gave here women empowerment. Women empowerment. Then generate. See guys, I'm sure all these tools will be very, very useful to you. See, I gave women empowerment. In no time, you will get an essay. Maybe you have an exam tomorrow. You usually ask your friend to tell the story in Tamil. See, women empowerment refers to the process of enabling women to have control over their own lives, make their own decisions. So I have a lot of tools. Another tool is perplexity.ai. You can also make use of it. Claude.ai. This will read even the PPTs for you. Humata. Only thing you have to upload your PDF document. See, this is actually AI generated. I just uploaded one file and then it read the entire file and then gave me the key summary. So you have a lot of things to learn. AI, at last, I wish to tell you one thing. AI has made me a poet. It has made me a creator. It has made me an artist, made me an author, made me a thinker, guide, teacher, quiz maker. You can also become like this if you keep making use of this AI tool. All with the help of. Can I see my PPT? Can I have a volunteer now? Yesterday, 2 minutes time. Yesterday, is there a birthday baby here? Okay, nobody. Is there a birthday baby? Okay. Yesterday, one of my friends celebrated his birthday. All I did was I just went to DALL-E or ChatGPT. There is an option called image creator. I just typed Surya's birthday is today. Create a wonderful image. See, you will not believe me. In maybe less than 1 minute, it created a wonderful image. Happy birthday, Surya Kumaresan Ashok. It gave all the 3 names there. So, AI is handy. With the help of AI, you can become a poet. With the help of AI, you can become a creator. You can become a guide. You will also speak wonderful, flawless, proficient English. You can also become a very knowledgeable person if you continue to use AI. So all these tools that I have used, digital help. What was the help? Digital help. Oh, digital. Am I pronouncing the word correctly? No? Is it Yes, Kumaresan, you are right. Digital, huh? Digital. All. Everything is buried online. All you have to do is take it or maybe them all. With this note, I wish to thank your management exactly at 1:15. I thank every one of you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, guys. I stopped. Hey, thank you, but I stopped. I thought you would keep clapping if I don't stop, but I stopped. Guys, all the tools that I have mentioned, I've been using it. So I'll be very happy if you start using it. You will definitely come out with flying colors. Thank you so much, SRN management. Thank you so much, Ajanta ma'am. Thank you so much, all my dear friends and participants from other colleges. Thank you. My son's name is Surya.
It is my privilege to extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. A.R. Ganesan for his illuminating talk on AI as a catalyst for pedagogy in higher education. His expert analysis of how artificial intelligence is transforming self-determined learning has provided us with valuable perspectives on the evolving role of educators and learners in the digital era. The discussion on AI-driven personalized learning, learner autonomy, and the shift towards pedagogical approaches has been both thought-provoking and inspiring. On behalf of the organizing committee and all participants, I express our deepest appreciation for your time, expertise, and engaging discourse. Your insights have undoubtedly sparked new ideas and reflections on the future of higher education. Thank you once again, sir.
மைக் ஆன் பண்ணாதான் நம்ம உள்ள போடுவாங்க. இது மாதிரி உள்ள போயிட்டோம்னா வச்சுக்க நெட்டு சுத்திட்டே இருக்கா மத்தவங்க உள்ள போயிட்டாங்க. அவங்களும் பேர் சொல்லி கூப்பிட்டாங்க போது அவங்க சொல்றது மிஸ்ஸேக் உள்ள போகணும்னா உள்ள போக வெளியில வந்ததா. என்ன பண்ண உலகம் சொல்லு என்ன பண்ண உலகம் நீ சுத்தணும்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன் போ நான் டீசு கொடுக்கணும்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன் போ
It is my honor to invite Dr. A. Sarna Kumar, Dean of E-Learning, Teaching and E-Governance Cell, to deliver a welcome address for the valedictory session.
Esteemed guests, distinguished faculty members and participants of the inaugural workshop. Actually, before welcoming all, I wanted to say just words about that AI. We have seen many views on professors who have given the introduction to AI. So நான் ரெண்டு விஷயம் மட்டும் சொல்லிட்டு வெல்கம் பண்றது என்ன அப்படின்னா நம்ம படத்துல இருக்கு தெரியுமா, ஒரு கடையில போய் சண்டை போடுவாங்க, கடையை மூடினா அந்த காமெடி தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு, வடிவேல் காமெடி. கடையை மூடிட்டானா அவன் நம்மளுக்கு கிடைக்கும், கடையை திறந்துருந்தானா நம்ம சண்டை போட்டு நமக்கு நமக்கு கிடைக்கும். ஸோ அதே மாதிரி ஏயும் like a tool. If you are using it as a master, you should be the master, then it will be a very good tool. But if you become slave for that, it will be a worse thing. So this is my point of view, if you want to say. So with that, I am giving my welcome address. So it is my honor to stand before you as we come today to the validity session of this extraordinary journey. We have gathered in this hall with a sense of pride, accomplishment, and a deep sense of appreciation for the vast potential that AI holds. Over the past few days, we have delved into the intricacies of AI, exploring its applications, challenges, and future prospects in education. So our conference has provided a platform to scholars, researchers, and practitioners to share their expertise, exchange ideas, and forge new connections. We have witnessed the emergence of novel applications, exploration of emerging trends, and demonstration of innovative solutions in the field of education. So I welcome you all to this validity session, and I hope the 3-day session was useful to you. And once again, welcome to you.
As we conclude this thought-provoking seminar, we are privileged to have with us Professor John J. Kennedy, Professor of English and Dean at Christ University, Bangalore, to deliver the valedictory address. His session on the role of teachers in an AI-driven world will shed light on the evolving responsibilities of educators in shaping the future of learning in a world increasingly influenced by artificial intelligence. It is with great pleasure and honor that I introduce our distinguished chief guest, Dr. P. John Joseph Kennedy, who graces us with his presence at the 3-day National Multidisciplinary Hybrid Seminar on the Future of Learning, AI Integration and Human Expertise in Education. Dr. Kennedy is a leading academician, educator, and scholar with over 3 decades of exceptional experience in the field of English and Cultural Studies. He currently serves as the Dean of the Department of English and Cultural Studies at Christ University, Bangalore, where he has significantly shaped the academic landscape, guiding and mentoring future scholars in various areas of language, literature, post-colonial studies, Indian literatures, and cultural studies. His contributions extend beyond teaching. He has been instrumental in curriculum development and in fostering interdisciplinary research that bridges diverse fields of knowledge. His scholarly credentials are equally impressive. He completed his Ph.D. in 2013 from Manamaniam Sundarnad University. Additionally, he holds an M.Lit. and PGDES from the English and Foreign Languages University, which further attests to his expertise in the fields of English literature and cultural studies. His academic journey has been marked by a profound commitment to exploring the intricate relationships between literature, culture, and society. His work is recognized internationally, particularly in the context of integrating global academic discourses into local frameworks. His research interests are diverse and include literary theory and criticism, post-colonial studies, and Indian literatures. His recent doctoral supervision work has seen research on thought-provoking topics such as the analysis of nonsense verse in the works of Sukumar Ray and the role of poetry in exploring concepts of home through the writings of Sudesh Mishra. These studies illustrate his intellectual curiosity and dedication to exploring the evolving nuances of literary and cultural expression. Moreover, his global engagements reflect his stature as an academic leader. He has received several prestigious recognitions, including the Resource Person Travel Grant for an international conference in Melbourne, Australia, by the International Federation of Catholic Universities. His involvement with the United Board for Christian Higher Education in Asia and the International Federation of Catholic Universities underscores his commitment to fostering international academic collaboration. His leadership extends to administrative roles as well. He has been an active member of several academic bodies, including the Planning and Monitoring Board of Christ University and the Board of Management, where his strategic insights have contributed to the overall academic vision of the institution. As a resource person, Dr. Kennedy has shared his expertise in numerous national and international forums, engaging with issues that are crucial to the contemporary educational landscape. His extensive experience and knowledge in both traditional and contemporary approaches to learning make him an ideal thought leader for today's seminar, which seeks to address the challenges and opportunities presented by the integration of artificial intelligence, AI, into education. Dr. Kennedy's research project titled Examining the Representations of Tradition in Modernity and Modernity in Tradition, an empirical study of rituals of birth, marriage, and death, funded by Christ University, is a testament to his intellectual engagement with the critical intersections of tradition, modernity, and cultural identity. This project, among many others, reflects his passion for understanding the complex dynamics of contemporary society and the role of education in shaping these discussions. It is indeed a privilege to have Dr. Kennedy with us today to share his valuable insights on the future of learning and the ways in which AI integration can complement and enhance human expertise in the educational sector. His unique perspective, built on years of academic achievement and cultural understanding, will undoubtedly inspire and stimulate enriching discussions throughout this seminar. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. P. John Joseph Kennedy, our esteemed chief guest for this seminar. We look forward to your address and are excited to hear your thoughts on how we can forge a future of learning that seamlessly blends the capabilities of AI with the irreplaceable value of human expertise in education. Thank you.
My dear students, participating for attending this conference online. A very good afternoon to all of you. I hope We're all fine. It's about 2:15 now, and after a heavy lunch. It's a very difficult hour. Not just being important, but also. Right? In fact, your management has been very kind to us, very generous to us. They gave a very, very sumptuous lunch. So it's not going to be easy listening to me. But then I want you to pay attention. Okay, you all understand? You're all awake? Everybody? Come on. Okay, good. So I'm sure you all belong to different streams. Maybe science, arts, humanities, social sciences, so on and so forth. But then, this topic is relevant for all of us. So that's the first thing that I want you to understand. What I'm going to share with you in the next, I asked a gentleman, how long I should speak, since it's a valedictory address. And she graciously said we can take about 45 minutes or so. I'm not sure whether it's a good idea to say it's a good idea. 45 minutes? Yes or no? Tell me. No? I knew you would say that. But then, I have to listen to her, right? She's your teacher. So let me see. I'll try and make it as interesting, as interactive as possible. That's why I said in the afternoon it's very difficult, right? And that's one of the nightmares, that speakers, they don't go to, right? Afternoon, oh my God, how many people are listening, right? Anyway, so the topic is very interesting. So because we're going to talk about the transformative, journey that all of us are on the verge of undertaking. Okay, we don't understand, I think, please feel free to stop me, ask me. I can explain to you in Tamil also. And I come along, okay? Okay, everybody. So it's a transformative journey. That's the first thing that I want you to understand. And in fact, this topic is quite interesting, and I must congratulate the organizers for conceiving this idea. Because the way I look at this topic, future of learning, AI integration and human expertise in education. See, first, future. So it's not about today that we are talking about, it's about tomorrow. And not again just about tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow as well. Because see, technology is changing so fast. It's evolving so rapidly. The last 5-10 years, we've had a huge explosion. In fact, it is said what took 100 years to develop has developed in the last 10 years. Look at the time. So I want you to understand that technology is developing so fast. So what we are saying is not just about tomorrow, but we're talking about many, many days after. Not just future, but futures of learning. And interestingly, you're talking about integrating, bringing together technology, AI with education. So which means we have understood the importance of AI. That's the first step. AI is not something that we need to run away from. In fact, some of the students may be thinking, no, if I use AI, what will my teachers say? AI is very, very crucial today. You have to use AI, but then how you use it is important. For what purpose are you using AI? That's very important. So integration of AI in our educational practices for teachers, their pedagogies, in their interactions with students, it's very, very important. So that's the first point that I want to drive home. Integration is absolutely necessary. It's inevitable today. The second point, you have also integrated human consciousness here, human experience, human expertise. Now that means that artificial intelligence on the one hand and natural intelligence, what we have, now they must always go hand in hand. This is the integration that we're talking about. AI doesn't exist in vacuum. It doesn't exist in isolation. Both will have to go together. So this is a very important point. That's why I like this topic very much, right? We are on the one hand acknowledging the importance of artificial intelligence. And on the other hand, we're also giving more importance to the human intelligence. And both will have to go together. And only then the outcomes will be very fruitful. In fact, even as we are talking about the use of AI, importance of AI, I know how many of you are familiar with this person, Sam Altman. Anybody? Sam Altman. He is a founder of ChatGPT. And even as we are talking, I think just yesterday or so, he held meetings in Delhi with high officials, bureaucrats. He met the information and broadcasting minister as well, and he was supposed to meet the prime minister to do what? To promote ChatGPT, promote AI, talk about the importance of it. And in fact, he says in the last 1 year, the usage of ChatGPT in India has tripled in 1 year, 3 times more. How many of you are using ChatGPT? Tell me. Nobody? Really, it's not a bad thing, please. Don't think, I'm going to penalize you. No. You should use. And there are ways to use it and why we need to use. ChatGPT is a very important tool today for learning. And now, as recently as a few weeks ago, China released DeepSeek. You know that? DeepSeek is another AI tool. In fact, some people say it's better in many ways. You all must try. So what I'm saying is, Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, was here talking about ChatGPT and other AI tools, promoting them. And in fact, India being a large country, he says, this is the second largest market for ChatGPT, which is very true. That's why it was tripled. Anyway, now, even as we are talking about the importance of AI, I want you to understand this very importantly. Although AI is making big inroads, please remember, it is the teacher who holds the torch. Because some of you may have this question, because many students have asked me this question. What will happen to us? What will happen to teachers if AI is going to take over? AI is not going to take over. But then how do we approach AI? That's very important. We have to use it as supplement. Something that would help us. It's a tool. We go back in history, when television came into existence, everybody thought, oh, so many other mediums are going to die. When internet came, right, everybody said, oh my God, what's going to happen to teachers? When online education came, oh, teachers are going to be replaced. Now AI is there, everybody's talking the same thing. But let me tell you, nothing will happen. Teachers will be there because that human touch, the human intervention is very important. Because AI can do a lot of things, no doubt. But then AI also has lots of issues. And the typical example is the introduction that you just listened to. Right? I was just listening to the introduction, my own works, my own experience, and so on. Very nicely done. But then there are lots of, differences also. I wouldn't say mistakes, but then the way AI approaches the whole thing and the way it is actually so can be differences. So AI also can make mistakes. Right? So teachers are not going to be replaced. Students are not going to suffer. In fact, we're going to learn together. There are lots of ways that we can learn. Okay. Now, that is the first point that I want you to understand. That is, AI will change the ways we learn things. It may not be the same traditional ways. The teacher may not be at the center. For a long time, centuries together, the teacher was at the center. We all thought, oh, teachers, yes, they are the repositories of knowledge. We can only learn from there. Now that has changed, right? So teacher is not at the center anymore. We have so many other ways to learn things, but still teacher is there. Because it is the human spirit that will shape the way we grow. That's very important. AI can give us a few insights, yes, but then how we take that, how we understand that, how we interpret that. Now that is our own domain, what we are going to do. And that is why I'm saying it is going to shape, I mean, the teachers, the human spirit is going to shape how we grow. Now, let me give you a few examples of what AI can do. In fact, a few years ago, one of my colleagues in the maths department, I know how many math students I have, he asked a student to solve a problem, a very difficult problem. And in no time, he solved the problem on the board, and the teacher was surprised. How is it possible? Where did you learn? Who told you? Who taught you? And he simply said, I asked Siri, right? You know Siri? Siri is what? It's an AI tool. Where is it yours? At home, right? So, if Siri can teach mathematics, the natural question that everybody will ask is, what is my role as a teacher? Right? So that's one example I'm giving you of what AI tools can do. Then, AI definitely is revolutionizing education, right? In fact, you know, the personalized kind of training. In fact, people say, after a few years or so, even now, it is possible, you know, people can think of, for instance, 100 students are there in the class or in this room. Each one can have a personalized tutor. AI makes it possible. To personalize learning, you know, all these regulatory bodies like UGC, AICTE, they all talk about student-teacher ratio, right? What is the student-teacher ratio that, you know, NAAC and the other regulatory bodies expect to have? 1:14 or so, but it's very difficult. In many institutions, you're not able to do that. But through AI, it's possible, right? Personalized education, interaction. Every student can have a personalized tutor. AI makes it possible. So it becomes interactive and it also becomes personalized. And more importantly, it's accessible. I want you to remember these keywords: interactive, personalized, and accessible. These are good points about AI. In fact, I remember reading about the English teacher. How many from English department here? I'm sure there are many. Now, an English teacher who used this app called English Helper. Now, this app was used to teach pronunciation to students, English pronunciation. And it is discovered that 40% improvement was there after the use of the app, right? So it helps in a big way, definitely. And then there is another app, Century Tech. This is the name of the app. Now this app, what it does is, it analyzes students' problems. See, a single teacher cannot do that. It's very difficult, especially if it's a large classroom. But this app will analyze what is the problem with each of the students. Okay, what is the difficulty that he faces? What is the difficulty that she faces? And it gives you the ideas. And also it prepares customized material, educational material for you to learn. Right? And in fact, somebody who used this app says there was an improvement of 20% in the tests. Right? So it's very useful, both for students and teachers. Definitely enhances learning, all these things are there. But there is a drawback in AI. I want you to remember that as well. What is that? AI lacks emotional intelligence. It is a chatbot, right? All these apps, what are we using? Right? It's a machine. The human touch is missing. Empathy, sympathy. When a student, finds something difficult, as a teacher, you understand what the problems are. AI can't do that. Right? So the first thing is lack of emotional intelligence. And AI also can struggle with creativity and ethical judgment. This is very important. Ethical judgment. And when we use AI also, we need to remember that we need to be ethical. In fact, there's one interesting example of how AI gave an assignment to students to talk about the benefits of pollution. You see how, it has misunderstood the whole thing. Benefits of pollution, right? And therefore, the teacher will have to be there to correct, whenever AI makes, such mistakes. And I'll give you another example of how, in a multiple choice test, that was given to students through an AI app, one student left one page completely blank. Maybe he was nervous or he was lazy, whatever. But the AI misunderstood that blank page and called it minimalist perfection and gave full marks. You see? So these are, problems that we may see. And also there are other interesting examples. Shakespeare. Some of you may have read Romeo and Juliet, right? And when the teacher gave an assignment using AI and when people asked, what is the theme of this play? And AI said, it's a very cautionary kind of story about the dangers of poor communication, right? And teenage rebellion, which is true. Those of you who read the play would know it is true. But then it added something more, and that is always check your mail. Because if Romeo had gotten the letter on time, everyone would have lived. See how it has totally misunderstood and misinterpreted the whole thing. So the point is, AI is a good tool. AI has lots of wonderful benefits. But then we also need to be very cautious of how we use it. And also, interestingly, AI tools cannot handle sarcasm. Sarcasm, when you say things, but you don't mean it. Right? The way you say it. In the spoken, medium, we can easily, detect that. But when you write it, it's very hard. Now, for instance, one student told an AI app, I love doing homework at 2 a.m. in the morning. Right? What a wonderful time to work. But this is very sarcastic, right? And AI immediately said, oh, great. I mean, that is how one should work. You have a wonderful, work sense and so on, right? So how AI can misinterpret and how it can't understand certain nuances, right? So these are some of the problems. So I'm talking about both the advantages and disadvantages. So here is where the teacher's role becomes very important, right? Because my topic for this presentation is the role of a teacher. And of course, when I say role of a teacher, you're also part of it, right? Students, because without you, there's no teacher, right? So it's equally useful to both of us. So the first thing is, teachers who are here and also teachers attending online, I want you to remember there has to be a paradigm shift. And what is that shift? The first thing is that we are no more repositories of knowledge, and we have to shift from knowledge providers to learning facilitators. Knowledge providers to learning facilitators. So we're going to help students learn. We are not the only source of knowledge. Now that is the first thing that I want you to understand. In fact, again, I'm sure you wouldn't have, read these two reports, but then it is my duty to tell you this. Last month in January, two important global reports were released. The first one is by World Economic Forum. That is the Future of Jobs Report 2025. Now, the report clearly talks about what jobs are going to be here and what are jobs that are going to disappear. Therefore, what are the skills that you need? Because ultimately, you all come to an institution to study, to get a degree, but then what for? It's also to get a job. Now that's realization needs to be understood. Gone are those days when we say knowledge for knowledge's sake. No. We also have to understand that all of us are looking for a job. And today in India, there's a huge problem with regard to employment. You look at all the reports. Employment or unemployment, right, to be precise, is a huge problem. So the skills that are required, this report talks about it, right? What are the skills that are required? QS, another agency, also released a report, Skills Index Report 2021. Now I'm going to talk about some of the skills that these two reports talk about as being very important. The first one they say is analytical thinking, critical thinking. And these are never going to be outdated, let me tell you, these skills. AI cannot replace us with regard to these skills, analytical thinking, critical thinking, resilience. Resilience, I'm sure during COVID time, all of us are here alive because we are resilient, right? So this is another skill. Flexibility, agility, leadership, social influence, creative thinking, technological literacy, empathy, active listening. I know how many of you are listening actively. There's a huge difference between hearing and listening. Most of you are hearing nothing, you're not listening. Active listening is very important. Curiosity. We need to, develop the skill, curiosity. You need to be curious about everything. When somebody says something, why? Why not? These are some of the questions that should run through. That's how we learn. I'm sure you all have heard that old NTR song, no? AIM. What are they? Ian and Rakeri. Somebody tell me. Come on, at least you know that. Without asking that question, why? There is no growth. It's an old song and so meaningful. So that's why I'm saying we have to be lifelong learners. These are some of the skills that these reports talk about and why they are very important, right? So teachers, what we should, I'm talking about the teaching community now, what we should realize is that we should work or act like GPS. We have GPS, taking all of us from one place to another. So we are like GPS. And why do I say that? Because we don't build the roads. Teachers don't build the roads. They don't build the content. But then they help the students reach the destination. All the students have a destination to reach. And the teachers have to help the students reach the destination. So that's why I'm saying teachers are like GPS. We have to assume that role. And in fact, many teachers are doing it already. I know how many teachers here use Google Classroom, for instance, which is a very useful, tool. Because you use such tools, it gives you much more time to do other things. Mentorship can be done. One-on-one interaction with students are possible because you don't have to do the regular routine administrative tasks. How much of time you're going to, waste in, for instance, preparing a report. In fact, let me tell you, just 2 weeks ago in Christ, in my university, the computer science department came up with an app. They designed this, and it's an app that helps, teachers write reports very quickly. All that you have to do is, for instance, this, brochure that you have, you just have to give this to the app, and the app prepares for IQAC and NAC requirements and other requirements. It's a very useful thing. Because otherwise, imagine today, teachers are spending a lot of time, writing reports. So we have to think of such things. How AI can be used to simplify our tasks, but at the same time make it meaningful. And because, it gives us more time, how best we can use our time to interact with students. Because the teacher's complaint is always this today. I don't get enough time to teach. I don't get enough time to meet my students. And then you're talking about mentorship, coaching and so on. Where do I have that time? And the AI is a it's a savior, I would say. Because using it wisely, intelligently, I'm sure you will get that, time that you need. And of course, AI can write poetry. I know how many of you tried, because many of you said, you don't use ChatGPT. But then if you use, AI can do so many things, can write poetry, beautiful poems. But then when one of my students asked this, can it write poetry? Of course it can write poetry, but then can it also feel the words, that it is used? That is not possible, right? It's a machine. It can generate, yes, wonderful poems, but then can it also feel? And that is where the teacher's, role is very important. Okay. In fact, during COVID time, this was another thing I read about some teacher, because students were feeling so depressed, right? All kinds of problems all around. And he introduced something called happy hour, right? Happy hour. So wherein students can talk about all their personal, problems and so on and so forth, and it creates a beautiful bond, between the teacher and students. Right? It's not about academics. It's not about teaching, but it's about creating that connection, creating that bond. So lots of things are possible. So what we need to be doing, how do we prepare ourselves, for the future, right? For teachers, of course, they need to upskill. They need to reskill. As teachers, we always talk about learning, unlearning, and relearning. 3 steps, right? You learn, and then what do? You also have to unlearn some of the things that you learned, and then relearn. So similarly, teachers also have to do that. We have to learn, we have to unlearn, and we have to relearn. So upskilling is very important. Reskilling is very important. In fact, in many institutions, teachers are being trained to use AI. Not just in foreign countries, even in India, in Christ also we're doing. We have a center, AI center, artificial intelligence center. Teachers are trained how to use AI tools. And teachers have to be trained. There's no other way. And this is where, the one important skill in 21st century, skills, we talk about 3 C's I want you to remember. 3 C's in 21st century skills. One is critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration, right? So collaboration is very important there. Okay. All right. Now talking about AI, the negative, one of the other negative points which I've got to mention, AI also can be very biased, prejudiced, right? Some of us may think whatever Google says, it must be true, right? Many of us may think, right? Is that so? Whatever Google says is true. It's like, in one of the books, I think somebody says, no, well, I'm not sure what happened. Whatever Google says, it's what is it? You don't agree? Somebody has a different opinion there. Okay, anyway, so the point is, one has to apply one's mind to think critically. That's what I'm saying. Okay? All right. So, going back to the topic future of education is between, it lies in collaboration. The synergy, I want you to remember this word, the synergy, how things come together. The synergy between humans and AI. That is the future of education. And, in hotel management, if you have seen, in fact, even in education today, we have something called co-teaching. I know whether you're aware of this, whether teachers do that, co-teaching. That is, 2 teachers go to the class, right? One is the teacher, the other co-teachers, like an assistant. So in hotels, you have that one is the chef. And then you have somebody called sous chef, right? Somebody who assists. So similarly here, I'm trying to compare the two. Now, teacher is the chef, right? And the sous chef, the assistant, is AI. And the teacher can make the best use of AI tools in order to, make this happen. So what I want you to, in fact, I have a lot of AI tools. I'm not sure whether you are interested in using them, whether you would like to listen to them. A lot of AI tools which will help you learn to write. Your academic writing today is very important. How many of you are planning to do your higher studies? I don't know, right? Whether you want to do your PhD, so on and so forth. When you do these, then thesis writing becomes very important, academic writing, or even in your master's, you will have to do your dissertation and so on. So there are lots of tools which help you to write. So you can improve your writing skills, you can improve your speaking skills, you have improved in general your communication skills, and a lot of tools which are very useful for teachers. I have a whole lot of lists. But maybe, you can also get it from many other sources. So what I want to leave you with is, now, we are at the crossroads. Dear students, please remember this, and teachers, right? We're at the crossroads of what? Tradition on the one hand, and technology on the other. Right? And we must remember that artificial intelligence is only a tool. It's only a tool. And it is never going to be a replacement. I can tell you this with certainty. It will never replace any of us. In fact, I was told by your dean that many of you have this question, what will happen to our jobs? In fact, that report that I was talking about, it talks about so many jobs going out of place, but then so many more jobs which are also going to be created. So what we must remember, AI is not going to replace us, but people with AI skills will replace those without those skills. Remember, you get the difference? AI is not going to replace this, but people without these AI skills will be replaced by those people who have the skills. Right? So please remember that. So we are at this intersection now, crossroads, right? So our role as teachers is more important than ever. So as teachers, please remember, we're supposed to guide, inspire, but more importantly, we must humanize the learning experience, right? That's our biggest, role. So AI, please remember, is transforming education, no doubt about it, but it cannot replace the human touch. And we need to learn to embrace AI. And we need to look at ways of making human experience and artificial intelligence exist harmoniously. Right? Coexistence is very important. Aristotle, please remember, let me conclude with this. See, Aristotle, if you remember, spoke a lot about human experience and about teaching, about so many things. In fact, he says, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education. When you talk about education, what is education? Education is not just about getting grades, good marks, and of course getting a job. That is also that. But then more importantly, it must also educate the heart. It is not just the mind. Right? If you can't educate the heart, then educating the mind is of no use. And in this AI-driven world, this is very important, right? It's not about choosing between teachers and technology, but it's about how we bring both together, teachers as well as technology together. And this is what is going to help all of us in the future, right? The future is going to be technology driven. No doubt, I think your team also mentioned that how you make use of AI. You don't become a slave to it. right? But then you continue to remain the master and how you make AI work for you. Now, that is where the technique is, and that is where the secret is. And I think all of us should understand. So what I want to finally, leave you with is this. See, AI is here to stay. Nobody can stop technological progress. AI is here to stay. It is already grounded itself in so many ways. So now we have to start using it, how ethically we can use. In fact, I was talking to one of the speakers who spoke to you this morning, and he was telling me the same, that many of you have this hesitation. Many of you maybe are not aware of it, but then even if you are aware of it, maybe you don't want to use it. But then my sincere request to all the teachers who are here as well as teachers attending online, please remember AI tools are to be used. They are to be taken to class. Your students have to be encouraged to use these tools, but then you have to help them use them ethically. This is the most important thing. Because any kind of learning, doesn't matter where it comes from, it is always, at the end of the day, our students, are learning something, and that is what is important. Because today, in all your educational pedagogy, we talk about learning outcomes, right? If you have a unit to be taught, then you say, what are the outcomes that you expect out of this, right? What are the learning outcomes? So as long as these learning outcomes are attained, doesn't matter, who gives it, who helps, in the process. Ultimately, the learning outcomes have to be attained. And as long as we can do that, I'm sure all of these tools can be used very productively. So hopefully after this, you have 3 days of, conference, and many speakers you have met. I think you have about 8 or 9 sessions, and so many, experts from different parts of the country. They would have shared wonderful experiences. I want you to synthesize all of them, right? Bring them all together. And ultimately what you need to do, you have to make use of it, right? Don't just listen to it and then, forget all about it, right? Because all these things are for your good. I'm really happy that the management is taking a lot of efforts to make you understand the kind of developments that are happening in the world, right? And let me tell you, not all institutions, have this, facility or the resources. In fact, that's one of the reasons I think we're also doing well in NIRF and NAC, rankings, right? Because, you need to keep the students engaged and you need to make them learn. So, which is a very good thing. I appreciate the efforts taken by the department faculty, Dr. Ajanta, and the principal and all these people. But you also need to work. I think they all appreciate it.
They are students.
Right. So it's a good thing. So students also have to realize, why teachers are doing all this. And I want you to make the best use of it, right? See, what the colleges, what universities can do is just to make these things available to students, right? But how far are you going to use it? Now that is limited, right? So thanking all of you and thanking for giving me a very patient hearing and wishing all of you the very best. Please remember, the future is here, right? The future is here. I'm not just talking about technology, I'm talking about all the nuance, right? The future is you. So try to make the best use of the resources available and wishing you all the very best. Thank you.
That's not John. Anything but is provoking talk on the role of teacher in AI-driven world. His insightful discussion on the important responsibility of the educator and understanding of how technology can rapidly replace the national education. The emphasis on adaptability, critical thinking, and the irreplaceable role of teachers in thinking guidance has been satisfying. On behalf of the organizing committee and all participants, I sincerely thank you, sir, for your time, expertise, and valuable contributions. Your words have given us much to reflect upon as we navigate the future of education in this AI-driven era. We thank you once again. I request our principal and IPS coordinator to honor our chief guest with the memento. At this outset, I thank my scholars, Ms. Aruna Devi, Ms. Aishwarya, and Ms. Amarda for partaking a heavy task of the organizers. It is a great turn to felicitate our student coordinators for their relentless support. We, as the teachers and organizers, feel proud about the students for their indomitable spirit of executing things meticulously. The student coordinators are the real bedrock of this 3-day seminar. So it is a proud moment for us to celebrate the success of this event by distributing a small token of love from our heart. I request Ms. Aishwarya and Kavya to come here. I request our organizers as well as guest, principal and IPS coordinator to distribute the memento to our coordinators, student coordinators. I request the technical supporters, Yugesh and Guru Sharan. Their presence of mind is a real present to us for conducting this seminar in such an effective way. The way they assist our scholar, Ms. Aishwarya, is really commendable. Again, a round of applause for them. They deserve it. A team of all student coordinators, Ashok Kumar, Madan Kumar, Vinod Khanna, Jagadish, Murali, and coordinators. The legal charms begin the seminar. 3 days seminar is our girls, Divyadashni, Abhinayam, Rajapriyam, Priyankam, Madhumitaram, Madhumadikam, Anushkam, Veshikram, Rina Hayat, Nirvana. Special mention to Mr. Kesavan, who is our alumni, as well as who used to be here for all the seminars. And Ms. Venita, the little sister of us, for her support, for all her support. I request Mr. Ramesh to propose the formal vote of thanks.
It's essential to our and appreciate your goodness around us. As counting our blessings not only fosters goodwill, but also brings positivity into our lives, creating a ripple effect that touches both ourselves and those around us in meaningful ways. Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and dear participants, it is with immense gratitude that I stand before you today to express our heartfelt thanks for your invaluable contribution to this conference. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Indian Council of Social Science Research, New Delhi, for their generous funding, which has enabled us to organize the 3-day national conference on the future of learning, AI integration, and human expertise in education so effectively. Your support has truly made a difference. Next, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to our college management for their unwavering moral support in every new initiative we undertake. Your encouragement means a lot to us. It is with great honor and gratitude that I take this moment to extend our heartfelt thanks to our beloved principal, Dr. P. Rajaguru, for your unwavering support and encouragement throughout the conference. Your leadership has been the glue that holds everything together, bringing together this gathering of brilliant minds to discuss the future of learning and the integration of AI in education. Your commitment to fostering an environment of innovation and collaboration inspire both faculty and students. To each for the staff. Thank you, sir. As we reflect on the importance of education and leadership, I am reminded of the words of Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Your dedication to education embodies and this belief, and your efforts are laying the foundation for transformative changes in our academic landscape. Thank you, sir, once again. A special thanks to Dr. A. Ramatubaya, Principal of MTA College, for your felicitation address, where he emphasized that the importance of the human connections in education cannot be overstated. As you aptly pointed out, AI can provide information, but it is the teacher who inspires and motivates students to learn. This perspective serves as a reminder that emotional and social aspects of teaching are the heart and soul of fostering a positive and learning environment. Thank you, sir. Teaching is the one profession that creates all other professions. Each minute of presentation time requires an hour of preparations. It is a testament to the heart and soul that teachers pour into their craft, ensuring that every word spoken hits the mark and leaves a lasting impact. Now it is time to tips our hats and express our heartfelt appreciation to all the resource persons for their generous sharing of knowledge and the time they have invested with us. You have gone above and beyond, and your contributions have left an indelible mark on this conference. Your insights have not only enriched our discussion, but also lit a fire of inspiration in all of us. Thank you for sharing the fruits of your labor and for being such a vital part of this event. We are deeply grateful to Professor K. Srinivas, Head of ICT and Project Management Unit for enlightenment inaugural address.
Your insights on integrating AI into teaching, learning, and research, we are not only informative but also transformative. The emphasis you placed on adapting to the digital age hit the nail on the head, resonating deeply with all the attendees and encouraging us to embrace change with open arms. A heartfelt thank you to Dr. B. Anvers for leading session 1 on AI-driven educational technologies. Your focus on safeguarding intellectual property rights in the digital era is the need of the hour as we navigate the complexities of AI in education. The interactive nature of your session kept everyone on their toes, sparking meaningful discussion and leaving lasting impression. We extend our appreciation to Dr. M.S. Xavier Pradeep Singh for your session on AI literacy for English language and educators. Your practical approach on AI literacy hit the ground running, providing valuable tools for educators to enhance their teaching methodologies. The real world applications you presented demonstrated how AI can open new doors in language learning, making the content more accessible and engaging for students. For a heartfelt thank you to Professor Dilip for your thought-provoking session on human agency as a catalyst for ethical AI integration. Your emphasis on the ethical implication of AI education opened our eyes to the responsibility we hold as an educator. We effectively articulate the challenges and dilemmas that arise with the use of AI, urging us to weigh the moral scales in our decision and action in the classrooms. Sincere thanks to Dr. K. Kannan Prasad for insightful session on preparing students for AI-driven learning. Your discussion on curriculum development and necessary skill sets was right on the money, addressing the needs of modern education. The interactive discussion during session encouraged participants to think outside the box about their teaching practice and learning practices. We extend our thanks to Dr. Vishwanath Pai for engaging session on human AI collaborations. Your exploration of how AI can redefine the future of education was both enlightening and thought-provoking. The participants left your session with a fire in their bellies and the fresh ideas on how to foster collaboration in their educational environments. I wish to convey our deepest appreciation to Professor V. Rajamani for his enlightening session on AI adopted in higher education. Your insights have led the way for current practices, offering a clear and practical roadmap of integrating AI into academic system. Your skillful highlighted the transformative potential of AI, not just a tool for efficiency, but as a catalyst for innovation, inclusivity in education. Your session was a beacon of clarity, addressing both opportunities and challenges of AI adoption with a balanced and forward-thinking perspective. I extend our gratitude to Dr. Pulivanan for your session on evolving literacy landscape in the age of AI. Your exploration of how AI transforming creativity brought a breath of fresh air to our understanding of literature. The discussions sparked your session have encouraged many to reimagine the possibilities in teaching literature. Sincere thanks to Dr. A. Ganesan for your session on AI as a catalyst for higher education. Your insight into self-directed learning in the context of AI is part of addressing timely and necessary topics. The interactive nature of the session encourages participants to share and learn from one another, creating a dynamic exchange of ideas. Thank you, sir. Finally, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor J. Kennedy for his enlightenment session on the role of teachers in AI-driven learning. Professor Kennedy, your expertise and insights into the evolving role of teachers in the context of artificial intelligence have paved the way for a deeper understanding of challenges and opportunities ahead. Your perspective on how teachers can embrace AI as a tool rather than a replacement was a breath of fresh air, leaving us inspired and motivated. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. A. Rajesh Khanna, the ITS coordinator, for his warm and welcoming address that opened our conference. Sir, your unwavering support both personally and professionally has been a cornerstone for our success. Your commitment to fostering a collaborative environment is evident in every initiative you undertake. As you wisely said, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Your belief in the power of collaboration has inspired all of us to work together towards common goals in the education. Thank you, sir. Building on this spirit of teamwork, I also want to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. P. Ajenda, who has been a pivotal force behind the successful organization of this conference. Your efforts in securing the funding for this event have been invaluable. As the saying goes, there is no substitute for hard work. Your commitment to seeing this conference grow, fruition exemplifies this belief, and we are all grateful for your endless effort. Your dedication has truly set the stage for this event success. Thank you very much. In the same way, I would like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. K. Saravakumar, a vital member of our team, for his invaluable contribution to this conference. As you mentioned, success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you are doing, you will be successful. Your passion for technology and education is evident in the way you engage with others, and your enthusiasm has been contagious. Thank you for your dedication and inspiring us all. Thank you. Indeed, a conference is a gathering of people who individually can do nothing. Together can decide that nothing can be done. With this mind, I would like to express my deepest appreciation for all the participants for your time, enthusiasm, and commitment to this conference. Your active involvement, thoughtful contribution have made this event truly meaningful. Thank you for being an integral part of the journey. Your efforts have made a lasting impact, and we look forward to seeing the positive changes that will emerge from our collective efforts. None of this would have been possible without tireless work of our dedicated volunteers. It is essential to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to each of you. Thank you for your enthusiasm and your willingness to go above and beyond, and your unwavering support. Your hard work ensured that everything runs smoothly, allowing us to focus on important discussion and learning that took place. We are the unsung heroes of this event, and we are deeply grateful for your contribution. Finally, I would also like to extend my gratitude for all the technical and non-teaching staff members of our team for their invaluable support. Where behind the scenes efforts often go unnoticed, but they are absolutely critical to success of any event. Thank you. With the knowledge gained from all the sessions, I believe we are better equipped to create a future where AI and education coexist harmoniously. Let us carry forward the insights gained from this conference and work collectively towards a brighter future in education. Thank you once again to each and every one of you for making this event a memorable and impactful experience.
Mr. Venkatesh ran a session on what of thanks, but I just failed to thank himself. There was not a mention about his work. So really, I wanted to thank him. Because he's like a small brother for all of us. He will do whatever we let it be him to do finish. To that extent, we can believe him, and he's what we say, enthusiastic and very sincere teacher and researcher. So this center I wanted to mention its name for all our thanks. Thank you. Video.